Chapter 1. Blood Morning. Bang! The gunshot ripped Rose from darkness like a fist through wet paper. Her eyes snapped open to torchlight cutting through warehouse black, Sean's shape above her, gun still raised, hands shaking like he'd touched a live wire. Christ, Rose. Jesus fucking Christ. His voice cracked high, not the steady copper she knew. I thought he'd killed you. Cold concrete under her back. Copper in her mouth. The warehouse stank of rust and rat piss and something else. Her own piss, she realized, feeling the warm wetness in her jeans. Fuck. Blood everywhere, too much blood, slicking her hands when she tried to push up. What? Her throat felt scraped raw. What happened? He was on you, at your neck. Sean's torch beam jumped as he fumbled for his radio. I shot him, but he just ran. How the fuck did he run? The rain hammered the warehouse roof like God's own drum kit. December in Belfast, the kind of cold that got into your bones and set up camp. But Rose didn't feel it. Should be freezing, lying here soaked in blood and piss, but she felt warm. Energized even. Like she'd mainlined espresso instead of getting her throat torn out. Control, this is Detective Constable Sullivan, badge number 427. Sean's voice steadied into cop mode, but his free hand stayed on her shoulder. Officer involved shooting at Riddle's warehouse, 87 Ann Street. Officer down, repeat, officer down. Need ambulance and backup immediately. Officer down. The words should have terrified her, but Rose felt oddly calm. Fragments of memory sliced through the fog. Phone buzzing. James' name on the screen. Emma didn't come home from the cafe. Titanic Quarter. CCTV. Grey BMW. Partial plate B something 7. Emma, she mumbled, trying to sit up. Where's Emma? She's not here, Rose. Sean pressed her back down, gentle but firm. Just stay still. Help's coming. More fragments, sharper now. Yesterday bleeding through. Sean, over the phone. No Uber scheduled. Barney, her best snout, drunk but loyal. That grey motor you're after. Saw it near Riddle's warehouse. The sirens grew louder. Blue lights painted the warehouse walls through broken windows. Rose tried to focus on Sean's face, but memories kept cutting in. Darkness in the warehouse. Movement too fast to track. Impact like a sledgehammer. Thrown across the warehouse floor like a doll. A voice, cultured, amused. Stay down. Fire in her throat. Fire in her veins. Couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. The face wouldn't come. Just that voice, that terrible burning, and then Sean's shout, the gunshot, and nothing. Paramedics burst through the warehouse doors, equipment clattering, professional voices cutting through the rain. Can you tell me your name? Rose Gallagher. The words came automatic. Detective Sergeant. When did this happen? 15 minutes, Sean answered for her. I heard the attack found him on her. I was watching the back. They were cutting away her jacket, checking vitals, but Rose barely felt it. Everything seemed too loud. The rain, the radios. Jesus, look at all this blood, one paramedic muttered, helping her out of the ruined clothes. Let's get these off. Rose fumbled at her pockets before they cut away the jacket, receipt, matchbook from the Europa, phone. She shoved them into the plastic bag they gave her for personal effects. The humiliation of lying there in piss-soaked jeans while strangers worked on her should have burned, but Rose had bigger problems. Most of this blood isn't yours, the paramedic said, confused. These injuries don't match the volume. They lifted her onto the gurney. She's confused, Sean told them. Possible head trauma. Rose wasn't confused. The ambulance ride blurred past in harsh lights and medical chatter. Royal Victoria Hospitals A and E was its usual Friday night chaos. drunks and fighters, and the walking wounded of Belfast's endless small wars. They wheeled her into a curtained bay where a tired-looking doctor examined her throat. When exactly did this happen? He frowned at the wounds. "How'd go?" Rose said. "You're lucky, not much more than a few scratches and a concussion. You won't need to stay, but you should stay with someone if there's no one at home." "Felt like a fucking dump truck hit me," Rose muttered. But the doctor's expression stayed neutral. Sean's phone rang. Even through the curtain, Rose could hear Evers on the other end. The DI, probably dragged from his bed, probably 3 whiskeys deep into his Friday night. "Sullivan's on desk duty pending investigation," Evers's voice carried over the speaker. "No body at the scene. No blood trail. You sure you hit him?" "He went down as soon as I hit him, then bolted like a fucking maniac." "Well, he got up and walked away. Or someone carried him. Either way, I want a full report, but take the day." They gave Rose scrubs to wear home, her soiled clothes sealed in a bag. Sean drove her through empty Belfast streets, the city washed clean by rain, everything gleaming under streetlights like a fresh crime scene. "You know you're coming?" Sean asked as they turned onto the Falls Road. "He will when I knock." "Rose. That attack." "Who?" "Was a junkie." She cut him off. "High on something. We'll tell Evers we were following up a drug lead." "Right. A junkie who took a bullet and ran?" Sean pulled up outside Archie's terraced house, the one she'd grown up in, now falling apart like the old man himself. "You sure you're all right?" "I'm grand." Rose climbed out, surprised her legs held her. Should be shaking, should be in shock, but she felt steady. Strong, even. "Go home, Sean. Sleep. Ring me if you need anything. And Rose?" He leaned across the passenger seat. "We'll find Emma." Rose nodded. Watched his taillights disappear into the rain, then turned to face her childhood home. 3 in the morning, about to wake her dementia-addled father, covered in someone else's blood, her daughter missing, her head ringing like a church bell. Just another fucking Friday night in Belfast. Chapter 2. Fragments. The key stuck in the lock, like always. Rose put a shoulder into it, the familiar shove and twist that had opened this door since she was 10. The house exhaled stale whiskey and neglect when it finally gave way. "Mary? That you?" Archie stood in the hall, vest stained with something that might have been dinner 3 days ago. "You're home early." "Yeah, duh. I'm home." The door closed on Belfast, and Rose collapsed onto the sofa that had been old when her mother died. Should hurt, everything should hurt, but there was just numbness and copper on her tongue. "You want tea?" Archie called from somewhere. "Just sleep, duh." But sleep was a bastard with teeth. It crashed over her in waves, dragging her under into fragments of yesterday that wouldn't line up right. James's voice on the phone, first call in months, and she'd known before he spoke that something was wrong. Mother's instinct or cop's instinct didn't matter. Emma hadn't come home from the cafe in Titanic Quarter. The dreams twisted everything. One moment she was at the CCTV monitor watching Emma climb into a grey BMW. The next she was the one in the car, but the driver had no face. Then she was running through Belfast streets that kept changing, Castle Street becoming the Falls, becoming Royal Avenue, chasing taillights that stayed just out of reach. She's had nightmares for weeks. Did you know that? Jane's voice, but Jane wasn't there. This was yesterday before. James calling from their perfect house in their perfect suburb, while Rose stood in the rain checking traffic cameras. "My snout's got something for me," she'd told James. "I'll call when I know more." Barney. Sweet, terrified Barney who sold information like other people sold stolen phones. His call late. "That motor you're after. Saw it at Riddle's warehouse." The dream shifted. She was in the warehouse but also watching herself in the warehouse. The shadow moved too fast, impossible fast, and she was flying, hitting the wall. Heard her ribs crack. At her throat. Choking. Blackness. Boom! Rose jerked awake, gasping, hand to her neck. No wounds, nothing but the ghost of pain that should be there. Grey light leaked through Archie's unwashed windows. The living room clock said 9, which meant she'd been out for 5 hours. 5 hours since. She remembered now. All of it, in order. Yesterday, 5 p.m., James at the Titanic Quarter Cafe, showing her his phone. She was meeting friends, took an Uber that wasn't an Uber. 6 p.m., the shop next door had CCTV. Badge got her access. Grey BMW, partial plate, BZ7 something. 7 p.m., Sean showing up. 8 p.m., tracking the BMW through local CCTV, heading away from the cafe, then gone. 9 p.m., calling James. Got the car. We're tracking it. We'll do CCTV at work later. 10:30 p.m., Barney's call. Riddle's warehouse. Saw it there 20 minutes ago. 11:00 p.m. The warehouse, watching and waiting. Nothing. 11:30 p.m. Going in. Sean around the back. The attack. 30 seconds. If Sean had been 30 seconds earlier. Rose sat up, checking her throat again. Just scratches. But Christ, she could still feel teeth tearing through muscle, hot breath on her neck. Stop. Just scratches. Lucky. Got off lighter than she thought. She grabbed the plastic bag of personal effects from the hospital. Phone, keys, and a crumpled receipt, still damp with blood. Europa Hotel. Room 1247. Paid in cash. Yesterday's date. She'd found it on the warehouse floor before everything went to hell. Must have shoved it in her pocket without thinking. Made you breakfast, love. Archie stood in the doorway with a plate of eggs that looked like they'd been cremated, then apologized to. The smell hit Rose like a physical blow, sulfur and grease and wrongness. Her stomach clenched, but not with nausea. With hunger. Desperate, clawing hunger that had nothing to do with eggs. Thanks, Da. I just need the bathroom first. She made it to the kitchen before the hunger took over. The fridge door hung open, Archie's attempt at domesticity. Milk gone sour, bread growing new life forms, and there, wrapped in butcher paper. Liver. Rose's hand moved without permission, grabbing the package. This was fucking mental. But her body didn't care what her mind thought. She locked herself in the bathroom, tore open the paper, and… Christ, what was she doing? But she couldn't stop. The liver was gone before she could think, and the hunger finally eased. She stared at herself in the spotted mirror. Blood on her chin, eyes too bright. Washed her face with shaking hands, tried not to think about what she'd just done. Iron deficiency. Had to be. Gross. Back in the living room, the receipt waited. Room 1247. Whoever attacked her had been at the Europa Hotel. The matchbook in her other pocket confirmed it. Same hotel logo, bar matches. He'd been there. Maybe Emma was there too. Rose grabbed Archie's phone, the landline he still insisted on keeping. Dialed Sean's mobile. Rose? You should be resting. I found something. Europa Hotel. Room 1247. Last night. He was there. Who was there? Grey Beamer. Has to be him. Meet me. I'm fucking exhausted, Rose. Don't. Scene. She let the desperation through just a little. Please. Silence. Then. Fine. 1 o'clock then. Rose hung up. Energy was coming back. The liver? Jesus, no. You all right, love? Archie peered at her from his chair. You look like death warmed over. I'm grand, grand. Your mother used to get that look after a long night at the hospital. Rose's mother had been dead for 30 years, but Archie's timelines didn't work anymore. Still, the comparison made her skin prickle. Her eyes caught on a photo on the mantel. Young woman, dark hair, same sharp jawline. That your gran at your age, Archie said, following her gaze. Spitting image. What look, da? Like some wild thing been lost in the forest. He turned back to his TV, laughing at the thought. The rain had eased to drizzle by the time Rose left for the Europa. She'd borrowed Da's car, the old Corolla that hadn't moved in months. He shouldn't be driving anymore anyway, not with the way his mind wandered. Her ears were still ringing. She could hear everything and hated the world like a bad hangover, but she pressed on. Concussion. Head trauma did strange things. The receipt burned in her pocket. Room 1247. Someone connected to Emma, someone who tried to kill her in that warehouse. Rose checked herself in a shop window. Pale but presentable, thank God the jeans in her old room still fit. She had lived there during the separation 20 pounds ago. Other than her ears, her body still worked. Adrenaline? Lucky. She'd been lucky. But as she headed toward the Europa, Rose couldn't figure out how the violence hadn't left her broken. The hunger stirred again. She pushed it down. Emma first. Everything else could wait. The Europa Hotel loomed ahead, all glass and history and the ghosts of 30 years of bombs. Rose felt her ribs. She was sure they'd cracked. Nothing. Maybe he'd rung her bell so hard the rest was a dream? Nightmare, more like. Whoever it was, they'd made one mistake. They didn't kill her. Chapter 3. Surveillance. Jesus fucking Christ. Rose barely made it to the Europa's gold-plated toilet before the bile came up. Nothing but yellow acid and that copper taste that wouldn't leave, like sucking pennies. The bathroom spun, crystal chandeliers doing lazy circles overhead while her ears rang like church bells, loud, then soft, then screaming again. Tinnitus. Had to be. That bastard had cracked her skull good in the warehouse. You all right in there, love? Some woman, probably staff. Rose gripped the porcelain, waiting for the world to stop tilting. Grand. Just grand. Voices bled through the walls, someone ordering whiskey, a couple arguing about money, the hiss of espresso machines, crashing together into white noise making her want to claw her eardrums. She splashed cold water on her face, avoided the mirror. 24 hours since Emma vanished. This fucking noise. Nothing staying down, body feeling wrong in ways she couldn't name. Should have stayed in the hospital. Should have done a lot of things. The lobby hit when she emerged. Too bright, too fucking loud, the smell of money and furniture polish mixing with something underneath that made her stomach clench. Like morning sickness all over again. Not nausea. Something else. Like hunger but sideways. The reception desk gleamed like a coffin. Young lad in a vest, all professional smiles. Can I help you? Rose pulled the receipt from her pocket, still stiff with dried blood. Room 1207. Friday night. Name. I can't just give out. Detective Sergeant Gallagher. Pez and I. Badge slammed wood hard enough to rattle his little nameplate. Trevor. You wanting me to come back with a warrant and half a vice? Have them go through every room looking for working girls. Like Sarah just there? She nodded toward the bar. Someone laughing, ice against glass, leather creaking, heels on marble. Christ, she could hear everything and nothing. Rose? Sean at her elbow, and she hadn't even heard him approach through the chaos in her skull. Off-duty in jeans, and that awful Christmas jumper his ma bought him. You look like shite, he said. Feel worse. This wee laddie won't give me the name. I'll need to get Mr. Morrison, Trevor interrupted, already backing away. You do that. The ringing eased for a second, and in that gap Rose caught something clear, fierce wet under cheap aftershave, coming off Trevor in waves and landing like a punch to her sour gut. At the bar, a man in an expensive suit watched her over his whiskey. When the nausea hit again, doubling her over, he didn't move to help. Just observed, like he knew exactly what was happening to her. Something about his bearing, like royalty trying to look common. Morrison appeared like every hotel manager ever born, expensive suit trying to hide a cheap soul, nervous tick in his left eye. Officers. My office, perhaps? The office was all wood paneling and certificates nobody gave a fuck about. Morrison settled behind his desk like it was body armor. Room 1247. Rose stayed standing. Let him look up at her, see the mess of her, the exhaustion and rage barely contained. Friday night. Who? I really must insist on a warrant. Through the door, Rose spotted another one. Red Christmas dress, working smile, Maggie Quinn heading upstairs with a new friend. Mr. Morrison. She leaned forward, close enough to smell his lunch. Tuna sandwich, coffee, mints to hide the gin. See that woman? Red dress? His eyes flicked over. The tick got worse. That's Maggie Quinn. Known Tom. Makes me wonder if a warrant does make more sense. She caught fragments, vice, sweep, every room, but mostly it was just noise, endless fucking noise. John picked up the torch smoothly. The name was Martin Ashford. Morrison's voice cut through during a lull. Paid cash. Checked out late. CCTV? The security office was a basement cave, and thank Christ the ringing eased underground. Maybe the concrete helped. The guard queued up Friday night. There, 9:47 p.m. The figure on screen made Rose's skin crawl before her brain caught up. Tall, elegant, moving like water. The corridor camera caught half a blurry face, sharpish features, darker hair. He glided in a way only old money can. That him? Sean asked. From the warehouse? Rose's throat closed, copper flooding her mouth. The ringing exploded again, so loud she winced. Same height. Ashford's probably fake, some gentleman come for an evening of relaxation. His voice trailing off. The car park. The BMW appeared. Partial plate, why something, rest hidden by shadow. I'll get tech to enhance it, Sean said. Sometimes they can pull more from the footage. There is it. Clip it and email me. Sean said, taking a still with his phone and handing a card over. They emerged into December rain that felt like benediction after the hotel's oppressive noise. The ringing faded with each step away from the building. Made no fucking sense, but she'd take it. Her phone buzzed. Barney played violin like Menuhin when sober, knew every dealer from the Titanic to the Cathedral Quarter. Rose had been slipping him 20s since her uniform days. Rose? Jesus, Rose, I'm at the warehouse. His voice was wrong, high, scared, breathing too fast. Barney? What warehouse? The BMW. I'm hurt bad, Rose. What the fuck are you doing there? Come back for my stash. The BMW. Prit. The call dropped. Barney? Barney? Sean was already moving. Come on. Rose followed Sean to his car through rain that didn't feel cold anymore. Rose's body moved wrong. Too fast, like she was floating, not running, bounced off a lamp. The ringing came in waves now, incoherent noise. Rose. Sean had to grab her arm at car and shoved her in. You alright? My fucking head won't stop. The concussion. Just drive. Riddle's warehouse squatted in the dark like something already dead. Rose was out before Sean stopped, running toward whatever waited. The ringing peaked as she crossed the threshold. She heard Sean's intake of breath behind her. Barney was gone. Chapter 4. The warehouse. The warehouse squatted against Belfast's grey December sky like something already dead. 3:45 in the afternoon, but dark coming fast, sleet starting to needle down. Sean pulled up 50 meters from the crime scene tape, engine idling. Can't go in there. He stared at the yellow tape stretched across the entrance. It's my OS, Rose. Officer involved shooting. If Evers finds out, I contaminated my own crime scene. But wasn't asking you to. Rose popped her door. The sleet felt good on her face, cut through the noise in her head for half a second. Wait here. Rose. But she was already walking toward the patrol car angled across the access road. 2 uniforms inside, smoke curling from a cracked window. She recognized the younger one, Stevie something, still had that new copper eagerness despite 18 months on the job. The older one she didn't know. Transfer from Derry probably had that look. The window rolled down as she approached. Warrant card already out, though they'd know who she was. Half of Belfast knew Rose Gallagher by reputation, if not by sight. Afternoon, lads. Stevie's face went careful, like someone had coached him. Sarge. You shouldn't be here. Lots of things I shouldn't be. She kept the badge visible. Need 5 minutes inside. Lost something in the attack. The older uniform, Morrison, his nameplate said, leaned forward. Detective Inspector Evers said no one in or out. Did he say specifically not me? They exchanged glances. She could see them weighing it. Evers' orders against Rose Gallagher standing in the sleet with that look on her face. 5 minutes, Stevie said finally. We're going for a coffee run anyway. Shame if someone slipped past while we were gone. Morrison started to argue. Now hold on. You will go for coffee. Rose's voice came out harder than she intended, commanding. Morrison's eyes went glassy for a second. Right you are, detective. Coffee run it is. Weird. Stevie gave Morrison a confused look but said nothing. They pulled away slowly, giving her time to duck under the tape. Behind her, Sean's engine still idled. Smart lad, keeping distance from his own crime scene. The warehouse entrance yawned black. Rose clicked on her phone torch, the beam swallowed immediately by industrial darkness. Rust and motor oil, salt from the luff, and underneath something else. Not blood though, at least not here. She moved deeper, following her mental map of that night. Here, where the torch had shattered against her skull. The wall showed the impact point, plastic fragments still embedded in the paint. Should have given her a concussion that lasted weeks. 10 meters in, past the first derelict container row. This is where those hands had grabbed her throat, lifted her like she weighed nothing. Her fingers went to her neck, automatically. The noise in her head surged, like standing next to the speaker at a punk gig that never ended. 20 meters. The wall where he'd thrown her. Christ, the force of it. She could see the disturbed dust on the wall even in weak phone light. Christ, she muttered, touching the spot. Should have been me in that warehouse, Sean had said at the hospital, and she could still see the guilt eating at him. The blood. Was it hers or his? Not hers. Her phone buzzed. Evers. Of course. Get out of my crime scene, Rose. And aloe to you too, Gov. The uniforms called. Get the fuck out, Rose, for fuck's sake. She moved toward the blood. Just trying to understand what happened. There's blood everywhere. Which is why you shouldn't be there contaminating evidence. His voice softened slightly. The patrol said you looked half dead. Generous of them. Rose, I'm not asking. Get out. Now. Since when do uniforms rat to brass? You didn't learn a thing from me. Since I told them to. You're on sick leave. Go home, that's an order. Gov. She laughed, loaded the word with enough contempt to strip paint. I mean it. Next call won't be from me. It'll be from... Fuck Rose, just go fucking home. The line went dead. The nausea hit suddenly, bad enough to make her grip the wall. She turned toward the exit, each step away from the blood making it easier to breathe. The vacant lot between warehouses caught her eye through a broken window, rubble and weeds where deals went down and bodies turned up. Outside, she picked through the debris, phone torch sweeping. That's when she found it. Torn fabric patch caught on a fence post. That fucking army jacket she'd bought Barney 3 Christmases ago. The patch she'd had sewn on as a joke. Have a nice day. Blood on it, despite the rain. She could smell it. Smell him, sweat and fear, and that particular reek of someone who lived rough. But underneath, something else that made the noise in her head spike. Rose, Sean calling from the car. We need to go. Now. She pocketed the fabric. She'd find him. Had to. The blood drops led toward the dock, toward black water, but the uniforms would be back any second. Coming? Sean had the engine running, heat blasting. Well? Barney was there. Recently. She showed him the fabric. But someone else found him first. Shite. He pulled away as the patrol car rounded the corner. What now? Now you do me a favor. Rose pulled up the CCTV still from the Europa on her phone. Martin Ashford. That's the name he used. And partial plate. Wait, Suai something. BMW. Rose. You're on desk duty anyway. Database access. She tried to focus through the noise. Check registrations, traffic cameras, ANPAR hits. Anywhere that car's been. Sean glanced at her as he drove. You look fucking awful. Charming. I'm serious. You're burning up. He reached over, touched her forehead before she could pull away. Jesus, you're like a radiator. I need Emma found. You need A and E. Seen? Please. That particular exhale that meant he'd do what she asked even knowing it was stupid. Fine. But when you collapse, I won't. They pulled up beside Rose's car. Right. Text me what you need if you think of anything else. I'll run it tomorrow morning. After he drove off, Rose sat in her car and tried calling Barney. Straight to voicemail. Called again. Same. Third time. Barney, it's Rose. Call me back. I found your jacket. I know you were at the warehouse. Call me. Nothing. She drove north toward Archie's house, but had to pull over twice. The first time to vomit, nothing but bile and something dark that might have been blood. The second, because the noise peaked so loud she couldn't see straight. By the time she reached Archie's, dark had fully settled. The old man had the kitchen light on, bent over something at the stove that smelled like boiled arse and cabbage. There's stew. The thought of food made her stomach clench. I'm grand. Archie turned then, studied her with eyes clearer than they'd been in months. You look different. Thanks, Da. No, something's. He stepped closer, squinting. What happened to you? Nothing. Other than being beaten within an inch of my life, Da. Your Ma's ma had that look once. His voice went distant. Before she... Rose looked up. Before she what? But the moment was gone. Archie blinked, confused. What was I saying? Nothing, da. Eat your dinner. She set up her laptop at the kitchen table while Archie mumbled at his stew. Pulled up what she could access from home. Traffic cameras, BMW dealerships, maps of East Belfast where the car kept appearing. The pattern was there. Titanic Quarter, the docks, Sailor Town. Never south of the river, never West Belfast. Staying in Loyalist territory, or just coincidence? Her phone buzzed. James. Any word? His voice tight with barely controlled panic. I think she's alive. You think? The man who took her, he's keeping her for something. This isn't random. The police. Don't call them. They'll fuck it up. Rose rubbed her eyes. The laptop screen swam. Give me another day. Rose. One day, James. Then we bring in everyone. After she hung up, she climbed the narrow stairs to her childhood bedroom. Each step felt like moving through water. She made it to the bed before the next wave of nausea hit. This time when she vomited, it was blood. Black in the dim light from the street. Jesus. But there it was, in the wastebasket. Too tired to think about what it meant. Too tired to do anything but collapse on the narrow bed and stare at the ceiling she'd stared at for 18 years before escaping. Outside, the shadow moved across the street. Watching her window in the stillness. Patrick, confused for the first time in many years. Power radiating from the house, raw and uncontrolled. No sire he knew would dare turn someone without the council's approval. Not anymore. Not since he'd stepped down and let younger blood take the throne. The old man had said something about the grandmother. Maternal line. What are you? He whispered to the window. Tomorrow. Tomorrow he would have answers. Chapter 5. Hunger. Rose woke on Archie's sofa with her phone buzzing against her ribs. 6:47. Still dark outside. Rain hammering the slate roof like it had personal business with the house. The noise in her head had settled to a dull roar overnight, like living next to a motorway. You stopped hearing it after a while. Sean's text glowed. Got something? Olmo road cameras. Can track the route. She sat up, yesterday's clothes still on her, and the world tilted for a second before settling. 2 days since the attack. 2 days since Emma vanished. Archie was moving about. That particular shuffle of someone who'd forgotten why they'd gotten up in the first place. The smell hit her then, bacon frying. Christ, her stomach clenched hard enough to double her over. She made it to the kitchen as Archie was laying out a full fry. Bacon, eggs, black pudding, the works. The smell was everywhere, coating her throat, making her eyes water. There you are. He didn't look up from the pan. Thought I had burglars, but it's only yourself. Morning, da. You need to eat something. He slid a plate toward her. Your mother would say. I know what Mum would say. The eggs stared up at her like accusations. She picked up the toast, brought it to her mouth. Her throat closed before it got there. She forced it past her teeth, chewed once, and her body rejected it so violently she barely made it to the sink. Archie watched her heave nothing but bile. When did you last eat, love? I'm grand. You're not grand. You're. He squinted at her. You look different. Wrong somehow. Yes, da. So you said last night. He blinked, confused, the thought already slipping away. Did I? He turned back to his frying pan. Eat your breakfast. Her phone buzzed again. Son, meet you there in 20. She grabbed her jacket, kissed Archie's forehead. Got to go. Work. You didn't eat. I'll get something later. Rose. But she was already out the door, into the rain that felt good on her skin, real and sharp, and nothing like the wrongness crawling through her insides. Rose parked near Riddle's warehouse just after 7. The BMW had been spotted here 3 times according to the Empire cameras. Once the night Emma disappeared, twice since. Sean was at the station early, pulling CCTV footage, before Evers arrived. The rain had stopped, but the wind off the lough cut through her jacket. She walked the perimeter, checking sightlines, noting where a car could park unseen. The warehouse next door was derelict, windows broken, easy access. Perfect for keeping someone. Her phone buzzed. Sean. Got something. Olmo Road cameras caught the car Monday afternoon. Where are you? 5 minutes out. Stay put. She waited by her car, watching. Any BMW that passed made her tense. 3 days. Most missing children after 3 days. Sean's car pulled up, hazards blinking. Rose slipped into the passenger seat. CCTV caught it at 3:47 yesterday. Can track it from Stranmillis through to here, then it disappears for 20 minutes, shows up again heading back toward Titanic Quarter. 20-minute gap. 23 actually. Whatever happened to Emma, it was in that window. Rose studied the street. Victorian terraces, ring doorbells on half the doors. That house? She pointed to a red brick semi. Ring camera. Sean parked. She was at the door before he could speak, warrant card ready. The woman who answered was 70-something, suspicious eyes behind thick glasses. Detective Sergeant Gallagher. Your ring camera covers the street. Monday afternoon, a car might have passed. Could you? I don't know if I should. Rose leaned forward, something shifting in her voice. You want to help me find it? The woman's eyes went soft. I want to help you find it. The woman moved like a sleepwalker to her phone, opening the Ring app. Rose watched the footage scroll back. There. 3:47. Grey BMW, partial plate visible. GY 18. The rest blurred by rain and angle. I'll share it with my phone. The woman handed the phone over. When it was done, she blinked hard, confused. What was it you wanted again? Rose was already backing away. Wrong house, love. That was quick, Sean said when she got back in. Old dear seemed confused, like my da. Sean pulled into traffic. The partial plate, we with. I can run that. Not from the station. Evers is watching. They drove back toward where the BMW disappeared. Rose pointed to a derelict building. Check there. The smell hit her before she got out. Blood, old but present. Her stomach turned. Inside, her phone torch caught graffiti, syringes, and blood. A lot of it. Not Emma's, she knew that somehow. She made it outside before vomiting black bile. Sean was there. Jesus, Rose. Is that blood? No. She wiped her mouth. Stress. He didn't believe her but didn't push. What was in there? Trap house. We need to keep moving. Noon. 4 hours of searching. First stop, near the docks where teenagers hung out. Rose found Emma's phone case in an alley bin, pink with glitter hearts, the one James had bought her last birthday. No phone, but it meant Emma had been here. Second stop, the markets. An old woman at the corner shop remembered seeing a girl matching Emma's description. With a pale man, she'd said. Looked sick, he did. Like he hadn't seen sun in years. Third stop, Rose tracked down a taxi driver whose dashcam might have caught the BMW. 20 minutes of footage review confirmed a partial plate, Weird why 18, maybe a 4 after, hard to tell. 2 days, Rose. When did you last eat? I'll eat when Emma's safe. You can't just not eat. Watch me. Sean sighed. The BMW lead is solid. We'll find her. Running out of time. How do you know? She didn't. Just felt it. You're going to find him yourself, aren't you? If I have to. And then what? You'll arrest him? Bring him in. She didn't answer. Didn't need to. They both knew what she'd do to anyone who hurt Emma. Badge or no badge. Legal or not. We need help, Rose, Sean said quietly. Not yet. Okay. But Rose, whatever you're planning, whatever you think you need to do, just be careful. Always am. Another lie. She hadn't been careful in years. Careful didn't find missing girls. Careful was for people who could still eat breakfast and sleep through the night. As they drove past Riddle's warehouse, Rose spotted something, Barney's violin case, propped against the fence where he'd said he kept his stash. No Barney, but the case was there, rain-soaked and abandoned. She'd find him. Had to. But Emma came first. John dropped her back at her car. Streets gleamed wet under streetlights, clouds hanging low and dark. Text me if you find anything, he said. Yeah. Rose. I mean it. Don't go dark on me. But all she said was, I'll text. Back at Archie's, the house was quiet. Rose set up her laptop and pulled up what she could access. The pattern was clear. Titanic Quarter, the docks, never south of the river. The partial plate, though, narrowed to maybe 8 cars. One registered to Monsieur Ashford, address in Hollywood. The address came back as a closed art gallery. Fake name, fake address, real car. What the fuck was happening? 2 days. Just the hunt. Tomorrow. Chapter 6. Missed. Day 5. December 18th now, 3 days until winter solstice. The thought hit Rose like a punch to the sternum as she sat in her car, watching the warehouses through rain-streaked glass. 5 days since Emma vanished, nothing but dead ends and BMW ghosts that slipped through her fingers like smoke. Sean had texted her 7 addresses, BMWs matching the description, all registered within 5 miles of where Emma vanished. She'd start with the closest. Had to do something. Sitting at Archie's watching him call her Mary every 10 minutes was killing her. Mary, is that you? He'd ask, looking at her with eyes that saw his dead wife instead of his daughter. The industrial sprawl south of the Titanic Quarter looked different in December's early darkness, 3:30 p.m., and already the light was dying, street lamps flickering on like tired eyes opening. She'd been here 4 hours, parked between 2 derelict buildings where she could watch the main access road. The BMW had been spotted here twice. Patton said it would come back. Her phone buzzed. Sean. Anything? She typed back, quiet. Give it another hour. Be careful. Always am. Lies came so easy now. Like breathing. Or not breathing, Christ. When had she last taken a proper deep breath? Her chest felt tight, compressed. The warehouse. That blow to the head, something had shifted. The tinnitus wasn't as bad today, but sounds came through differently. Sharper. She could hear a dog barking 3 streets over. Come on, you bastard, she muttered at the empty road. Come back. The hunger was getting worse. Like her bones were hollow and needed filling. Rose grabbed her jacket from the passenger seat. Sitting still was making her skin crawl. A walk around the perimeter, stretch her legs, check the other access points. Professional surveillance, not this desperate vigil. The air hit her as she stepped out. Rain starting up again, that particular Belfast drizzle that got under your clothes and into your bones. Except it didn't. She should be cold, 4 degrees and dropping, but felt nothing. She moved through the industrial decay, past corrugated metal walls bleeding rust, broken windows like dead eyes, the whole place a monument to better times that never were. The smell hit her, salt from the left, diesel, rust, and underneath it all something else. Puke. Blood. Someone had been sick behind the bins. There. Movement at the edge of her vision. Not the BMW, but a figure that matched the hotel CCTV. Same build, same walk, same fucking coat. The man who'd been in the hotel. Rose followed, keeping distance, using the shadows between streetlights. He was heading toward the busier streets, where industrial gave way to commercial. She picked up pace, not wanting to lose him in the evening crowd already forming, workers heading for pubs, early Christmas shoppers, normal people living normal lives while girls disappeared into the dark. The figure turned a corner. Rose hurried after, caught a glimpse of him crossing toward a multi-story car park. She stepped off the curb, eyes locked on her target, not watching. The horn hit her like a physical blow. Massive lorry, bearing down, driver's face, a mask of horror behind the windscreen. No time to jump back. No time for anything. Fuck. She was on the pavement, hitting it hard, retching bile. Her whole body convulsed, fighting against a presence that felt like ice water in her veins. Someone was walking toward her, expensive shoes, that smell of power and age. What the fuck had just... The lorry passed inches away. Horn still blaring. Driver shouting. Jesus Christ. Watch where you're going. The driver had his window down, face red with rage and residual fear. The words didn't come out. How was she alive? How had she... A stranger's shoes appeared. You all right, love? Then another voice commanding, Leave. Now. Forget you saw her. The stranger wandered off, vacant-eyed. Rose looked up through streaming eyes at an expensive suit. Stop fighting it. The voice carried weight, pushed into her mind like fingers pressing on bruises, and suddenly the violent nausea eased just enough for her to breathe. The compulsion washed over her, be calm, be still, and her body obeyed before she could resist. My name is Patrick. And you need to understand what you've become before you hurt someone. Are you intelligence? Even with the troubles in the rearview mirror, the spooks had never left Belfast. No. I want to help. Why? Because you need it. Rose studied him. Everything about this screamed trap, but she was out of options, and this stranger knew things he shouldn't know. Start talking. Not here. Let's get out of the weather. There's a pub around the corner, quiet enough to talk. You look like you could use a drink. The rain was picking up, and exhaustion was hitting her like a tide. Not normal exhaustion. Something deeper, like her body was consuming itself from the inside out. The whiskey decided it. 4 days without a fucking drink? Jesus fucking Christ, Rose was falling apart. Fine. But you try anything. Oats. I won't. He turned, started walking. Rose followed, keeping distance between them, noting exits and angles. The dirty onion had survived the troubles and gentrification. Nothing could unify Ireland like a pint or a dram. Inside was warm, dark wood and old brass, mostly empty this early. Patrick chose a corner booth. Rose sat with her back to the wall, watching the door. What'll you have? He asked. Bushmills. Meat. Double if you will. I'm dry. He ordered 2. Rose knocked hers back in one, felt it burn but not warm her. Nothing warmed her anymore. A sodden flyer stuck to the window. Belfast Winter Market, Solstice Special, 3 days. But go on then, she said. Patrick leaned back, studying her with eyes that seemed to see too much. How much do you know? Know what? You must have noticed. I've been watching. I've seen it. Seen what? Jesus, I'm going to need another if you keep talking shite. How long have things been different? Hunger that isn't hunger. The noise constant. The cold that isn't cold. And what happened with that truck just now? I jumped. You didn't jump. You would have been dead. You know that. Patrick's voice was gentle, careful. Rose stood up so fast the table shook. You're fucking mental. Sit down. Again that push of compulsion, stronger this time. Rose found herself sitting before she could stop herself. Don't do that. Whatever that is, don't. I'm sorry. But you need to hear this. What now? You are transformed, are you not? Fuck off, will ya? The words hung in the air between them. Rose wanted to laugh, to walk out, to punch this madman in his lying face. But she couldn't move. Because deep down, in the part of her that had dissolved when the truck came, she knew he was telling the truth. What the fuck do you mean transformed? Her voice was flat. You are changed. I need to know why. It doesn't happen like this. Rose reached for the bottle the barman had kindly brought over. Poured another measure with hands that didn't shake, though they should have been. What doesn't happen like this? Patrick's expression darkened. The chosen do not turn outsiders. It is forbidden. You should not exist. Rose drained her glass. The burn felt distant, and the drink gave her nothing. Patrick stared into her eyes. When did it happen? Rose met his eyes. Few nights back. Everything's been fucked since. Where? Patrick asked quietly. Riddle's warehouse. Go on. Rose drained the bottle as she spoke. And another. She spoke of Emma. The Uber. The attack. The liver. Ears that won't stop. Patrick listened. I think he took Emma and attacked me. Passing the blurry, half-faced picture on her phone to Patrick. Gregor. Chapter 7. Blood Lesson. The name hit the pub like a physical thing. Rose felt it in her bones, in the suddenly too loud silence between them. Even the barman seemed to sense it, finding urgent business at the far end of the counter. You know him. Not a question. Patrick's face had gone still as old stone. Yes. Then you know where Emma is? No. He stood, dropped euros on the scarred wood. But I know where to start looking. Come. Rose didn't move. Just like that? Follow the stranger who talks about transformations and other shite. You drank 2 bottles of whiskey and feel nothing. Patrick's voice carried the weight of centuries she didn't yet understand. Your body temperature is the same as this room. You haven't drawn a true breath in 10 minutes. Follow me or stay here. But if you stay, you'll kill someone before morning. The words should have been madness. But her fingers had crushed the glass she'd been holding without meaning to. And the blood, Christ, she could smell everyone's blood. The barman's, the couple in the corner booth, the woman menstruating, the old drunk by the door. Her hunger was growing. She stood. If this is some elaborate way to... It's not. Patrick moved toward the door with that unnatural grace she now recognized in herself. We have perhaps 6 hours before dawn. You need to learn to control what you've become, or Emma will die because you couldn't reach her without killing everyone in your path. Outside, Belfast night wrapped around them like a wet shroud. 11:30 p.m. The streets mostly empty, frost already forming on the windscreens of parked cars. Rose's breath didn't fog. Neither did Patrick's. "Stop thinking so much," he said, leading her down an alley between closed shops. "Your body knows what it is, even if your mind denies it." "And what is it?" "You're a chosen one now." "Come again?" "You are what Hollywood calls a," Patrick started. "Don't." Rose's voice cracked. "Don't you fucking say it. We do not use that word anyway. We are the chosen." Rose laughed, sharp and bitter. "The chosen? You're mad. Try moving to that wall." Patrick pointed to the brick face 20 feet away. "Gently." "This is ridiculous." "Do it." Rose took a step, meaning to walk. Instead, she sailed toward the wall too fast, no control, slamming into the bricks hard and bouncing her head off them before she stopped. Her skull should have shattered. Fuck. She picked herself up, brick dust on her jacket like rust-colored snow. Again. Half the effort. This is taking too long. Emma needs you functional, not feral. Again. The second attempt was better. Still too hard, but she stopped before the wall instead of through it. Patrick handed her a brick from the ground. "Squeeze it." She did. The brick became powder between her fingers, cascading down like sand through an hourglass. The strength felt electric, immediate, terrifying. "Stop thinking," Patrick said. "Your body knows what to do. Just tell me how to control it. Finesse and skill take time you don't have. Then teach me what works, for fuck's sake. I can do pretty later." Patrick studied her for a long moment. She could feel his assessment, not disappointment exactly, but a recalibration of expectations. She'd never be elegant, but she'd do. She was a battering rolling airframe missile, not a sword. Very well. Crude control is still control. He turned toward Kennedy Way. "Come. You need to feed." The word made her stomach twist. "I'm not." "You are. And if you don't feed properly, you'll take from the living. From anyone whose blood sings to you when the hunger rises beyond your control." They moved in silence through empty streets, testing Rose's ability to stop where she wanted. Rose was right. Pretty would have to wait. The industrial area loomed ahead, all shadows and security lights, the ghost of Belfast's working past. Patrick broke the lock on a small building without effort, the metal parting like paper. The smell hit Rose immediately. Blood. Everywhere. In the walls, the floor, soaked into every surface despite the cleaning. A slaughterhouse, halal, from the Arabic script on the sign. The day's work done, but the essence remained, calling to something primal she couldn't name. She lunged forward without meaning to. Patrick's hand on her shoulder stopped her, but barely. "The smell, Christ, I can't." "You must. Or you'll kill someone. Someone who matters." The interior was white tiles and steel surfaces, drainage channels cut into the floor. Refrigeration units thrummed. Patrick guided her to cold storage, where collection containers held the day's work. "I won't. I can control." "No. You can't. Not yet. Drink." The first taste destroyed any pretense she'd clung to. She drank wildly, messy and desperate, blood on her clothes, her chin, her hands. No dignity, no control, just need. Afterward, she stood shaking, wiping her mouth with trembling hands. "I'm a fucking monster." "No, you're chosen. Accept it, or it will destroy you." "How often?" "Daily at first. Weekly once you adapt." "And if I don't?" "You'll kill someone. Probably someone you love. So we do this until you can resist. Until the hunger becomes manageable." Patrick's voice softened slightly. "It gets easier." "How long have you been?" Long enough to know you'll survive. Come. We're not done. The abandoned warehouse near the slaughterhouse could have been any of 1,000 in Belfast. Broken skylights let in moonlight, painting everything in silver and shadow. Rats moved in the walls, their heartbeats like tiny drums. The mist saved you today, Patrick said. Try it consciously. How? Let go. Dissolve. Rose tried to understand what that meant, tried to find the feeling from earlier when she'd escaped Sean's questions. Something shifted, her edges blurring, but she stuck halfway, not solid, not mist, trapped between states. I can't, I'm stuck. Don't panic. Pull yourself together. Literally. She focused on being whole, on having form. Slowly, painfully, she reformed, gasping from habit rather than need. But when she finally pulled herself together, literally, she slumped against the warehouse wall. What the fuck am I? 5 days ago she was a detective. A mother. Human. This is insane. This is survival. Again. It took 6 more attempts before she could shift crudely. No grace, just raw power forcing the transformation. Now your senses, Patrick said. You're hearing everything but understanding nothing. Focus. He was right. The world was a cacophony of noise. Roads. Ships in port. Rose tried to filter it, to tune it like she'd once done with radios in surveillance vans. Track me, Patrick said. Then vanished into the warehouse shadows. Rose followed by scent. Old leather, aged wood, something ancient and undefinable. She crashed through obstacles rather than around them, demolished a stack of pallets, put her fist through a wall, trying to corner too fast. You move like a battering rolling airframe missile, Patrick observed when she finally caught him. Does it work? Yes, but... Then it's enough. He shook his head, but she caught what might have been amusement. You were never a dancer, were you? God, no. It'll have to do, then. They trained until the eastern sky began to lighten. On the warehouse roof, Belfast spread below them like a map of broken promises. Street lights going out one by one, the city stirring toward another grey day. Rose's body ached in ways that should have been impossible. But under the exhaustion was something else. Satisfaction. She had some tools now. Crude, but tools nonetheless. You've learned in hours what should take weeks, Patrick said. What choice do I have? He nodded slowly. Gregor will have others. Coven. You're not ready. I'm ready enough. You're a cudgel. He has swords. Rose turned to face him. Cudgels work. And I have rage. One more night. You need to hunt without destroying everything in your path. Emma's been gone 5 days. I don't know what he's planning, but she'll be kept alive until solstice. Gregor will wait. He follows the old ways. The ritual requires a specific time. If he's hurt her... Channel your rage. Rage without control will get you nothing. One more night, then we'll find her. Rose wanted to storm wherever Gregor was hiding and tear the place apart brick by brick. But Patrick was right. She'd barely made it through the night without destroying the warehouse. In a real fight, she needed more time. One night, she agreed. Her phone buzzed. James. Rose? It's been hours. I'm on it, James. We have a lead. The police said they haven't heard from you. Special task force. Off the books. Can't say more. She let exhaustion color her voice. But James, listen, Emma's alive. I'm certain. How can you know? Pattern analysis. The people who took her, they need her for something specific. That means keeping her safe until they're ready. His voice cracked. What do they want? I'll have her back soon. Day or two at most. Tell Jane that. Rose. Rhett. I have to go. Operation starting. She hung up, hating herself for the hope she'd just given him. But better false hope than the truth. That his daughter was bait in a vampire power struggle. Lying to him, Patrick observed. Protecting him. He can't help, and knowing would destroy him. One night, she confirmed again. The sun crept higher, painting the frost-covered city in shades of gold and amber. Rose wondered why it didn't burn like the movies. It was too bright, and she felt a prickly heat on skin. You won't burn if that's what you're wondering, Patrick said, reading her thoughts. There's a relief. But we are monsters, Rose. Never forget. The moment you do is the moment you become the stuff of nightmares. Rose watched the sunrise, her still heart carrying a daughter who needed her to be monster and mother. I know who I am, she said. Cudgel in a world of swords. Patrick watched her for a moment longer. You should know we can sense each other. Not just heartbeats. The chosen recognize their own kind by resonance. Like tuning forks vibrating at the same frequency. Gregor will know what you are the moment you're in the same room. And you'll know him. Every vampire in that church. Their positions, their strength, their age. Use it. Rose nodded. Another tool in her arsenal. Chapter 8. The Rogue. The Victorian terrace in Stranmillis reeked of money so old it had gone to dust. Persian rugs thick enough to hide bodies, walls of books that hadn't been opened since Victoria was on the throne, and not a mirror in sight. Rose couldn't stop moving, pacing the length of the sitting room like something caged, the new blood from last night's slaughterhouse making her skin feel too tight. Sit, Patrick said from his leather wingback. You're making me dizzy. I can't sit. I can't. Be still. New blood. It'll calm. He poured whiskey into crystal that caught the lamplight, knowing full well she couldn't drink it anymore. The gesture was for himself, or maybe for the memory of what they'd both been. Let me tell you about Gregor. Just tell me where he is. If I knew that, would we be talking? Rose forced herself to stop at the window, gripping the sill hard enough to feel wood protest. Outside, Stranmillis slept its middle-class sleep, all neat gardens and car alarms. 1 a.m. on what was technically day 6 now. Emma had been gone for 5 days. 5 fucking days. The Council of 12 has ruled our kind for 8 centuries, Patrick began. His voice taking on the cadence of a Queen's lecturer who'd forgotten how to speak any other way. Laws, territories, the balance between predator and prey. All carefully maintained. I don't care about... Rose's grip on the sill tightened. Wood cracked, splintered under her fingers. She jerked back, staring at the damage. Control, Patrick said mildly. You should care. Gregor was one of them. My protégé. That got her attention. Was? He rejects everything. Our laws, our waiting, our hope. Patrick stood, moved to pour another whiskey, demonstrating the fluid grace she still lacked. Gregor believes we're superior. That we should rule openly, not hide in shadows pretending to be human. The long wait. You mentioned that before. Rose tried to copy his movement, crossing the room. Too fast. She caught herself on a bookshelf, more books tumbling. I'll hope that someday we can reveal ourselves. Patrick steadied the shelf with one hand, not even looking. When humanity is ready. When we can coexist without genocide on either side. He took a sip that looked like habit more than pleasure. Gregor sees it as cowardice. He wants to build a new nation. Starting here, in Belfast. A city that already knows how to bleed. By taking teenage girls? By turning you. Patrick's eyes found hers across the room. A non-traveller. The ultimate heresy. No outsider has ever been turned before. You shouldn't exist. Rose felt that sink in, another weight on shoulders already carrying too much. But I do. Yes. Powerful beyond measure, from what I've seen. A detective's mind in a predator's body. And your daughter. He paused, choosing words carefully. Her seer blood makes her invaluable for his ritual. The combination of you both, unprecedented mother and gifted daughter, it's everything Gregor needs to break our oldest laws. So in what, both weapon and blasphemy? You're proof that the old ways can be broken. That's why the council will want you dead as much as they want Gregor stopped. Patrick's mask slipped. I brought him into our world. Saw his brilliance, not his darkness. This is my fault. Rose turned from the window. She recognized the look, every parent who'd ever sat in her interview room after their child had done something unthinkable. How long ago? 175 years. He was starving in a Derry slum. Brilliant mind trapped in a failing body. I thought I was saving him. Patrick's laugh was bitter as old tea. I created a monster who wants to remake the world. The coffee shop near Queen's was everything Rose couldn't be anymore. Warm, loud, human. 3:30 in the afternoon, and the place was packed with students, all MacBooks and anxiety, the espresso machine screaming its steam whistle song. She sat in the corner booth watching Sean walk in, every heartbeat in 50 meters drumming against her consciousness like rain on a tin roof. He looked tired, worried. Still wearing yesterday's shirt under his jacket. Jesus, Rose. You still look like death. Thanks. Charming as always. He slid into the booth opposite, bringing the smell of aftershave and cigarette smoke, and that particular Sean smell she'd known for 5 years, coffee and frustration and loyalty she didn't deserve. When did you last sleep? Eat. I'm fine. What's so urgent? Evers is asking how you are. What you're up to. And before you ask, yes, I'm on desk duty. Following leads. And why are you on desk? For saving your fucking life, apparently. Discharged my weapon. Paperwork for months. But listen, I can't tell him you're just following leads. I made up some bullshit, but he says you've ignored his calls. He's right. The barista called out someone's order, flat white, extra shot, and Rose gripped the table edge. The coffee smell was overwhelming now, but under it was blood. Everyone's blood. A B negative in the corner, rare, interesting. O positive everywhere, boring, common, and Sean's B positive across from her, familiar, dangerous. The less you know, the safer, she caught herself. The better. That's shite, and you know it. We're partners. We were partners. You're on desk duty for shooting that thing, and I'm on fucking sick leave. Jesus, Rose, give it up. I saved your fucking life. 3 bullets sent a mass, and it barely slowed down. Sean laughed, but there was something hollow in it. I suppose you've got something of a point there. Behind the counter, a barista dropped a mug. It shattered on the tiles, and she cut her hand picking up pieces. The blood hit Rose's senses like a slap. Fresh, bright, singing with youth and caffeine and life. The table creaked under her grip. I need to go. Her voice came out strained, fighting for control. Rose, what's wrong with you? Really wrong? The warehouse fucked me up. That thing. Fucked if I know what it was, kid. You're different. You're. He studied her face, looking for something he couldn't name. You're not even breathing right. Emma's been gone 5 days, Sean. The warehouse thing fucked me up. What do you expect? A jig, for fuck's sake? You're deflecting. No, I'm departing. Fair. You know where to find me. The cup barista was wrapping her hand now, but Rose could still smell it. Her teeth ached. You are helping. Keep Evers off my back. You're going to get yourself killed. She laughed, bitter as burnt coffee. Too late for that. What? Nothing. I have to go. She was out of the booth and moving before he could respond. The air hit her outside, information without sensation, her body noting the temperature, 4 degrees, without feeling it. Behind her, through glass and brick and distance, she could hear Sean's heartbeat. Steady, concerned, alive. Everything she wasn't. Patrick found her in Botanic Gardens as the 5 o'clock darkness settled over Belfast like a drunk falling into bed. The rose garden was all skeletal branches and empty promises, waiting for a spring that felt impossible from here. Water dripped from somewhere, steady as a clock, and the path lights made everything gleam like it had been shellacked. How did it go with your partner? Rose didn't look at him, studying the thorns on a dead rose bush. Still sharp. Still capable of drawing blood, even in death. He knows something's wrong. But not what? Good. I hate lying to him. The alternative is worse. They walked deeper into the garden, away from the paths where joggers might pass. The cold meant nothing to either of them, 3 degrees according to Rose's new internal thermometer, though her body felt it only as data, not discomfort. I need to tell you something, Patrick said. About Gregor. About me. You are Ard-Ree, Shadow King. For 3 centuries. Until I failed. Failed how? Patrick stopped at a bench, but didn't sit, running fingers over the wet wood. I brought Gregor into the council. He wanted to modernize us. I thought that meant progress. It meant dominance. By the time I understood. He trailed off, and Rose could hear something in the silence. Regret so old it had fossilized. The council blames me. Rightly so. That's why you're helping. Guilt. Partially. Patrick turned to face her fully. But also because Gregor doesn't know you exist. He would have never turned you. Your partner's bullet likely saved your life. He wanted your blood, that's all. But he didn't get enough. My instincts say find him and tear his throat out. That's the rage talking. The word hung between them in the dark garden. No, Rose said quietly. That's the mother talking. Patrick saw something in her eyes then, recognition of a kindred fury perhaps. Or maybe just understanding that some things transcended species. Winter solstice is in 3 days. Then we'd better get started. You need 1 more night of control training. I need to find Emma. You need to not kill humans while finding Emma. The logic was sound. She thought of the barista's blood, how close she'd come to lunging across that counter. 1 more night. Emma had survived 5. She could survive 6. Tomorrow we start, she agreed. Patrick nodded. Around them, Belfast went about its evening, sirens in the distance, students laughing somewhere, the city's heartbeat steady and unaware. Get some rest, Patrick said. Tonight will be violent. Good, Rose said, and meant it. Chapter 9. Overconfident. Rose's flat looked like a crime scene minus the body. Books scattered across the floor from when she'd tried to practice selective hearing and heard every heartbeat in a 3-block radius instead. The kitchen tap dripped. She'd gripped it too hard trying to turn it off, left finger-shaped dents in metal. 10 a.m., and she was supposed to be resting before tonight's hunt with Patrick. Rest. Right. Because that was possible when your daughter had been missing for 6 days and your body was doing things that shouldn't be possible. She sat cross-legged on the living room floor, trying the breathing exercise Patrick had shown her. Except she didn't need to breathe anymore, not really, so it was just going through the motions like a child playing house. Focus on one sound, he'd said. Filter out the rest. The tap. Focus on the tap. Drip. A baby crying 2 floors up. Drip. Someone having sex in 4B. Drip. A dog barking. A car alarm. A television. A radio. A kettle boiling. Someone brushing teeth. Someone vomiting. Someone... Fuck. She pressed her palms against her ears, but the sounds came through anyway, through bone, through skin, through whatever she was now. The whole building's morning routine crashing into her skull at once. Mrs. Chen making tea. The students in 2A still drunk from last night. Old Tommy Henderson coughing up 40 years of woodbines. Try something else. The mist form Patrick had demonstrated so easily last night, dissolving and reforming like it was nothing. Rose closed her eyes, tried to imagine herself coming apart. Thought about molecules, atoms, whatever the fuck mist was made of. Felt something shift. Her left hand went first, fingers becoming wisps of grey nothing. Then her arm up to the elbow. The sensation was wrong, like trying to remember a dream while you're still in it. She looked down, and her torso was half solid, half smoke, her flat visible through her own body. Panic hit like a slap. What if she couldn't come back? What if she just dispersed, became Belfast fog, left Emma alone forever? The terror made her slam back into solid form, so hard she bit through her own tongue. Blood filled her mouth, her own blood, tasting wrong, tasting dead. She spat it onto the carpet, where it looked black in the morning light. Shite. 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 The tongue was already healing, flesh knitting back together with that sick pulling sensation. Another thing that wasn't right. Nothing about this was right except she was stronger now. Strong enough to find Emma. Strong enough to tear apart whoever had taken her. 6 days. Her daughter had been gone 6 days. Her phone rang at 2 p.m., sharp enough in the quiet flat to make her flinch. The display showed Barney's number. Finally. 4 days of calling the bastard, and now he decides to ring back. Rose. His voice was flat, all the West Belfast music drained out of it. You shouldn't be calling me. Barney, where the fuck have you been? Hiding. And if you're smart, you'll do the same. She could hear his breathing through the phone, ragged and scared. Barney Fagan had done 5 years in the maze during the Troubles, had faced down UVF gunmen and police raids, and she'd never heard him sound like this. That thing at the warehouse, he continued. It picked me up like I was paper. Like I weighed nothing. What did you see? Its eyes rose. Like looking at winter itself. Like something that shouldn't exist but does anyway. Barney, I need to find Emma. You're Emma? Jesus, Rose. That's what this is about. She's been taken. 6 days ago. Tell me what you know. Silence on the line, then a long exhale that might have been cigarette smoke or just resignation. The dealers at Harbour Estate. They've been moving cars for someone. Not their usual shite. What cars? That BMW you were tracking. Grey one. Seen it there 3 times this week. Rose was already standing, already moving toward her jacket. You're sure? Heard one of them mention the detective's daughter. Thought they meant it as a threat, but maybe. Maybe what? Maybe they already had her. Whatever got me, Rose, it's connected to them estates. This city's got teeth now and they're hungry. Harbour Estate. Which dealers? Tommy Morrison's crew. Usually by the burned-out cars in the North Car Park. But Rose. Photo. She'd already hung up, grabbed her jacket, headed for the door. Patrick had said to rest, to wait for tonight, but fuck that. This was a lead. The first real lead in days. She'd just look, just reconnaissance, be back before the 8 o'clock meeting. 2 nights of training had taught her control. She could handle a few dealers. Harbour Estate squatted against the East Belfast sky like something that had given up on hope and decided to make everyone else miserable about it. 3 p.m. And the December light was already thinking about packing it in, shadows pooling in the stairwells and corners where even the sodium lights couldn't reach. The wind funneled between the tower blocks, carrying chip fat and dog shit and that particular smell of urban defeat. Rose parked on the street, walked in like she belonged. The old walk, cop walk, confident but not aggressive, eyes moving but not searching. Except now she could hear every heartbeat in 100-meter radius, each one distinct as a fingerprint. Could smell the hash smoke from the 3rd floor, the curry from the 5th, the blood from someone's split lip in the playground. The north car park was a graveyard of burned-out cars and broken glass. 3 men stood near a modified Honda, passing something between them. She recognized Tommy Morrison from his mugshots. Thin face, neck tattoos, the kind of nervous energy that came from sampling his own product. "You lost, love?" Morrison called out as she approached. "This isn't tourist country." "Police." She didn't bother with the warrant card. "I'm looking for information." "Aye? Where's your backup then?" "Where's your warrant?" "Where's the BMW?" "Grey one. Seen here this week." "Don't know nothing about no car." The lie came easy as breathing. She could hear his heart rate spike, smelled the sudden sweat despite the cold. She moved before thinking about it, crossing the space between them faster than should be possible. Her hand closed on Morrison's wrist, and she meant to grip firmly, just enough to make a point, but bones ground together under her fingers. She could feel them shifting, threatening to snap like dry twigs. Jesus. What the fuck? Let go. The sound was wet, crackling. His radius was cracking under her grip, and she was doing it. She was breaking his arm without even trying. Where is the car? Mental, this one. One of the others backed away. Poor Mental. You haven't seen Mental. The words came out wrong, came out hungry. She could smell Morrison's fear now, sharp and electric, and some part of her liked it. Abandoned it. Titanic Quarter car park. Christ, now let me go. She released him, and he stumbled back, cradling his wrist. Forget you saw me here, Rose tried, pushing whatever Patrick had done earlier. Morrison's eyes went glassy for a second, then snapped back, the pain too sharp for her amateur attempt. He ran, cradling his arm. Shit. Behind them, curtains twitched in the tower blocks, eyes watching. But no one would call it in. The estate had its own code. You didn't grass, not even on monsters, not if you wanted to keep living here. If you're lying. Not lying. Swear on my ma. The grey BMW, Titanic Quarter, level 3. They actually ran from her, Morrison clutching his wrist, his mates not even pretending to have dignity about it. Rose stood in the empty car park, surrounded by broken glass and abandoned vehicles, and felt something she hadn't expected. Satisfied. The Titanic Quarter car park was a concrete cathedral to Belfast's ambitions. All clean lines and LED lighting, nothing like the war zones of the estates. Level 3 was mostly empty at this time of day. The BMW sat in the corner, doors unlocked, like it had been ditched in a hurry. Rose approached slowly, though every instinct screamed at her to run to it. The smell hit her before she reached it. Emma's scent, unmistakable even after days. Shampoo she'd bought her for Christmas. That vanilla body spray she wore too much of. And underneath it, fainter but there, fear sweet, tears, blood. Just a little blood. A scrape maybe, or a split lip. The back seat told a story. Struggles. Someone held down. The seatbelt cut, not unbuckled. They'd tied her with it maybe, and she'd gotten free somehow. That's my girl, Rose thought, even as her chest tightened with something that might have been pride or grief or both. Emma was here, she said to the empty car park. I can smell her. The trail went cold at the car. They'd transferred her to another vehicle, probably. The BMW was just transport, abandoned once it served its purpose. But it was evidence. It was proof that Emma had been here, been alive 3 days ago at least. It wasn't enough. She could go now. Storm the church, grab Emma. Except Morrison's wrist. The bones grinding. What if she grabbed Emma wrong? Christ, what if she broke her own daughter? Patrick was waiting at their meeting spot in Botanic Gardens. 8 p.m. Exactly. And Rose was trying to look like she'd spent the day resting instead of threatening dealers. You didn't rest. Not a question. I got information. Found the car. You went hunting alone. After we agreed. Barney called. He had a lead. Patrick's expression didn't change, but disappointment radiated off him like cold off ice. Show me. They walked to Titanic Quarter in silence. At the car park, Patrick examined the BMW. He inhaled deeply, processing scents she probably couldn't even detect yet. You can smell her. Yes. And the dealers? They talked. After you nearly broke one's wrist. How did you? I can smell his blood on your hands. Microscopic amounts from where the skin broke under your grip. He had information. I got it. And if he reports it? Describes your strength? He won't. People like that don't talk to police. Not about crimes, but about monsters. Different story. They left the car park, walked toward the water. The Harland and Wolff cranes loomed against the night sky, Samson and Goliath. The air tasted of salt and rust and endings. This city knows about failure, Patrick said, looking at the industrial ruins. About things that were supposed to last forever. Is this a history lesson? It's about recognizing patterns. He turned from the water to face her. I encouraged Gregor's questions. Should have seen where they led. When he started talking about superiority, about our right to rule, I dismissed it as youth. But it wasn't. By the time I realized, he'd already started turning humans. Without permission. Without the Traveler bloodline. Breaking our most sacred laws. Like me. You were just the beginning. His declaration of war against the old ways. Rose watched the lights reflect on the black water. And now you see him in me? I see me in you. The certainty. The impatience. The willingness to hurt people for the greater good. I'm nothing like him. Tonight you used fear and pain to get what you wanted. To save my daughter. He thinks he's saving our people. The parallel sat between them, ugly and undeniable. Morrison's wrist had cracked so easily, and she'd liked the sound. The dealer you hurt has a daughter, Patrick said quietly. 8 years old. You're lying. Tommy Morrison, daughter Lucy, lives with her mother on Woodstock Road. Morrison was scum who dealt drugs to kids, but he was also someone's father. Someone who went home with a broken wrist and couldn't explain what had happened. Tomorrow we hunt properly, Patrick said. With control. Tomorrow? But tonight. But tonight you've already hunted. Badly. The solstice is in 2 nights. We have 2 days left. Then we'd better use it wisely. They stood by the water. Across the Lagan, East Belfast waited with its estates and its abandoned churches and its secrets. Somewhere over there, Emma was counting down hours. "I can't wait," Rose said. "I can't just sit and do nothing." "You won't." But hunting requires more than strength. It requires strategy, patience. Emma doesn't have time for patience. Emma doesn't have time for you to fail because you couldn't control yourself. He was right. Morrison's wrist had nearly snapped because she couldn't gauge her own strength. If she faced Gregor like this, she'd lose. And Emma would pay the price. "One more day," she said. Not quite agreeing, but not arguing either. "One more day," Patrick confirmed. "And then we end this." 2 nights from now would bring the solstice and whatever Gregor had planned. But tonight, Rose would learn control. Even if it killed her. Which, technically, it already had. Chapter 10. Partnership. The stone was cold against Emma's palm, same as yesterday, same as the day before. 7 marks on the wall now. 7 days in this hole that stank of damp and fear and something else she couldn't name. Something old. Mildew crawled up the walls like veins, and the air tasted of rust and decay. Every breath coated her throat with the basement's rot. Grey morning light filtered through the single-barred window, just enough to show the metal bucket in the corner. The smell made her gag every time. The straw mattress that never dried properly, it squelched when she moved. The heavy wooden door that hadn't opened except for food since they'd thrown her in here. The wood was swollen with moisture, gaps showing between the planks where she could sometimes see shadows pass. But today was different. The footsteps above were busier, more purposeful. Not the lazy shuffle of guards killing time, but quick steps, furniture scraping, voices raised in preparation. "Tomorrow night. Everything ready?" The voice drifted through the floorboards, clear as day. Emma pressed herself against the wall, straining to hear. The others need everything perfect. No mistakes. The circle's prepared. Just need the girl. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Tomorrow night. Whatever they'd taken her for, it was happening tomorrow night. Boss says midnight tomorrow. Winter solstice. Why her specifically? Something in her blood makes it stronger. Emma's hands shook as she traced the marks on the wall again. 7 days leading to this. They were going to kill her. Use her blood for something. The rational part of her brain said this was insane, that vampires weren't real, that this was some sick cult playing dress-up. But the guards wouldn't enter her cell. She'd seen the way they flinched when they looked through the door slot, the way they pushed her food in with a stick rather than risk getting close. "She gives me the creeps," one muttered now, just outside. "The council's watching," the other vampire replied, voice tight with fear. "They always know. If this goes wrong." "It won't. Gregor's too smart for that." The Council of 12 doesn't forgive mistakes. Not with unsanctioned turnings, not with prophecy interference. Just a few more hours. They were afraid of her. But why? She was just a secondary school student, worked part-time at a coffee shop, lived with her dad and stepmom in the suburbs. Nothing special about Emma Gallagher, except sometimes she knew things before they happened. Little things. Phone ringing before it did. Knowing which lift would arrive first. Stupid party tricks she'd learned not to mention because people got uncomfortable. Dad never talked about his parents. Mom went tight-lipped whenever Emma asked about her grandparents on either side. "Some stones are better left unturned," she'd say, then change the subject. Footsteps moved away upstairs. Emma tested the walls again, running her fingers along the mortar. 7 days to find weakness, and she'd found nothing. The door was solid oak, the lock mechanism on the outside, the window too high and too narrow even if she could reach the bars. If they wouldn't come in, she needed them to open the door. She looked at the breakfast they'd pushed through earlier, Porridge gone cold, water in a plastic cup. Thought about illness, about making them worry their sacrifice might die before they could use her. It was a shite plan. But it was the only plan she had. Patrick was waiting at the farmhouse when Rose arrived, standing among the tropical plants like some Victorian explorer who'd lost his way. 9 o'clock sharp. The morning joggers were out, normal people living normal lives, no idea that monsters walked among them. "You look steadier," he said by way of greeting. "I understand what's at stake." He studied her for a moment, those ancient eyes cataloguing whatever changes a night of bad decisions had wrought. "Good. Today we hunt with purpose, not panic." They left the gardens, walking toward the city centre. The Christmas lights were up along Royal Avenue, garish in the morning light. Patrick moved through the crowds like water, never touching anyone but never seeming to dodge either. Rose tried to copy his flow and knocked into a woman with a pram. "Feel the heartbeats," Patrick said quietly. "Count them. Categorize them." Rose wanted to tell him to fuck off with his Yoda shit, but Emma was running out of time. So she tried. At first it was just noise, the thunder of blood through 100 bodies. Then gradually she began to separate them. That businessman rushing for the bus, his heart racing with minor panic. The homeless woman by the bank, slow and steady despite the cold. A child in a buggy, quick as a bird's. "That one's afraid." Patrick nodded toward a teenager in a school uniform. "How do you know?" "Fear changes the rhythm. Makes it stutter." The kid was checking his phone obsessively, probably late for an exam. His heartbeat did have a catch to it, like an engine misfiring. They turned toward East Belfast, following streets Rose knew from 1,000 crime scenes. The harbour estate was quiet this morning, Morrison's crew scattered after last night's violence. But one remained, leaning against a shuttered shop, trying to look casual. "He's reporting to someone," Patrick observed. They followed at distance, Rose fighting the urge to simply grab the little scrote and shake answers out of him. The trail led deeper into East Belfast, past the peace walls and the murals, into the industrial wasteland where the old churches rotted. "3 possibilities," Rose said, remembering the CCTV patterns she'd studied. "Based on where that BMW was heading. Gregor favors consecrated ground. The irony appeals to him. St. Matthew's was too exposed, right on the main road with too many windows." The second location made Rose's skin prickle before they even got close. Holy Cross, bordered and forgotten, squatting in a square of dead grass like a bad tooth. 4 heartbeats inside. The knowledge came without trying, clear as reading a report. Guard rotation. This is a holding location. "Emma?" Patrick tilted his head, and Rose found herself doing the same, instinctively following his lead. There, below the 4 steady beats of board guards, faster, frightened, young. Below, in the crypt. The smell hit her then, fear, sweat and tears and something else, something that made her mouth water and her stomach turn at the same time. I can smell her fear. We return tomorrow night. During the confusion. What confusion? The ritual won't be here. Too small. Gregor needs space for 20 vampires. Then where? We follow them when they move her. Rose wanted to argue, wanted to kick down the door right now and tear through anyone between her and her daughter. But Morrison's wrist had cracked like kindling last night, and she'd barely noticed until it was done. If she went in hot, running on instinct, Emma would pay the price. "Fine," she ground out. We wait. The slaughterhouse looked different in daylight. Less desperate, more practical. The security guard recognized her now, barely looked up from his paper. "Back again, detective?" "Official business." The lie came easy as breathing. Everything was lies now. "Hi, I'm a police detective." "No, I'm not dead." "Yes, I'm investigating a case." "No, I'm not here to drink cattle blood because I'm a fucking vampire who could kill you without trying. The cold storage room was familiar now. Same metal shelving, same containers marked with dates and lot numbers. But this time Rose approached it like Patrick had taught her. Controlled. Methodical. Like taking medicine for a chronic condition, which she supposed it was. The blood was cold and thick and exactly what her body needed. No shaking hands, no desperate gulping. Just steady consumption until the hunger retreated to manageable levels. The clarity that followed was better too, not the harsh buzz of too much too fast, but a steady strength flowing through her limbs. She checked her watch. 2:30 p.m. Her phone buzzed. Meet at Crown, 4 p.m. Final planning. P. Time to prepare for tomorrow's rescue. Rose cleaned up properly this time, using the industrial sink to wash away any trace of blood. She'd brought dark clothes in a bag, practical stuff that would let her move. Changed in the loading dock bathroom, folding her detective clothes neat as evidence. Tomorrow night they'd get Emma back. The solstice ritual could go fuck itself. The Crown's Victorian snugs were perfect for conversations you didn't want overheard. Patrick had claimed one in the back, building plans spread across the dark wood table like battle maps. Which Rose supposed they were. Rose studied the layouts. Where will they move her? Sinclair Shearman's church. His finger traced the location, down by the water. Isolated, large, maritime location. Maritime? Water boundaries amplify ritual power. Old magic, older than Christianity. When will they move her? Between 8 and 9 tomorrow night. They need setup time. So we intercept the transfer. No. Patrick's tone was final. Too risky in transit. We let them move her. What? The rage flared hot an instant. My daughter. Your daughter has a better chance if we strike during ritual setup. Gregor will be distracted, preparing 20 vampires for synchronous turning. Rose processed that. 20 new vampires? His new coven. All turned together, bound to him through the ritual. Using Emma's blood. Virgin seer blood specifically. Rose's stomach turned. How do you know she's... I can smell innocence. The guards at Holy Cross, she said, changing the subject. They're afraid of her. Seers affect us. Make us uncomfortable. Even turn vampires? Especially us. It's like static in the brain, white noise that drowns out our heightened senses. How do you know all this? About Sinclair, about their plans? Patrick tapped his temple. I've been in Belfast longer than the Troubles. My sources don't text. They whisper in the right ears. A docker who owes me a century-old debt heard about Sinclair. A cleaner at City Hall overheard Gregor's people. No technology needed when you have time and leverage. That's our advantage then. She disrupts them. Patrick nodded. Two-pronged strategy. You get Emma. I handle Gregor. You can't face him alone. I was Ardree. I know his moves. Something passed across his face, old pain or older guilt. He was my student. And you were his master. What if the council interferes? They're meeting in Dublin tomorrow night. Deliberately distant. They want this to happen? They want deniability. If Gregor succeeds, they have a new power to balance against me. If he fails, they condemned his actions all along. Politics while my daughter. Us. Welcome to Vampire Society. Rose checked the time. 4:45 p.m. Sunset in an hour, though the December darkness was already creeping in. We position at Holy Cross by 7:30, Patrick said. Follow the transfer, infiltrate during setup. strike when they're focused on ritual preparation. Rose memorized the Sinclair layout. 3 entrances, narrow windows, altar at the east end. "One chance," she said. "One chance is all we need." The partnership was solidified there in the snug shadows. Both had something at stake: Patrick's guilt, Rose's love for her daughter. "After this is over," Rose started. "One crisis at a time." They left separately. No point advertising their alliance. Rose walked through the darkening city, counting heartbeats like rosary beads. 7 hours until midnight. 7 hours to save Emma. Her phone buzzed. Sean. BMW abandoned 3 days based on parking tickets. Also, Morrison's at the Royal with his wrist. Says he slipped on ice. Dealers are talking about some mental copper with superhuman strength. Be careful. Her phone rang. James again. "Tomorrow," she said without preamble. "We move tomorrow night." "You found her?" "We know where she'll be. Multiple units ready." Confidence in her voice was real now. They had a plan, they had allies, they had a chance. "I'll call you the moment we have her. Keep your phone on." Rose. Net. Ops. "Trust me, James. Tomorrow night, Emma comes home." She ended the call. Tomorrow night, either she'd deliver Emma safe, or she'd be too dead to care about broken promises. Tomorrow night, she had work to do. Belfast rushed past the window of her car as she drove toward East Belfast. The city preparing for its longest night, ignorant of the darkness gathering at its edges. She parked 3 blocks from Holy Cross, killed the engine, and waited. Somewhere in that rotting church, Emma was preparing for her own desperate gambit. Somewhere in the city, Gregor was orchestrating his vision of vampire revolution. And here, in a shite Honda that smelled of old coffee and disappointment, Rose Gallagher waited. Exactly what Emma needed her to be. Chapter 11. Failed Attempt. Holy Cross Church looked like shite on a good day. Tonight, with sleet turning the gravestones to teeth, and the moon playing hide-and-seek behind clouds that promised more December misery, it looked like the arsehole of creation. Rose crouched behind a collapsed section of wall, counting heartbeats. 8. No, 10. More than Patrick had expected, less than she'd feared. The church squatted in its dead grass like something Belfast had tried to vomit up but couldn't quite manage. More than we expected. Patrick's voice barely disturbed the air. Doesn't matter. It did matter. Everything mattered when your daughter was locked in a crypt below, when you had 4 hours until some psychotic bastard used her blood for his vampire MLM scheme. But admitting fear was weakness, and weakness got people killed. Got daughters killed. "I take sanctuary level," Patrick said. "You go straight for the crypt." How generous. Speed matters more than stealth now. They know we're coming eventually. Rose wanted to argue, but her body was already moving, that new instinct overriding thought. The vestry door had a crack at the bottom, big enough for a rat, big enough for what she was about to do. The dissolution came easier now. One moment solid, the next flowing like cigarette smoke through the gap. Reformed on the other side, she nearly gagged on the smell. The 20-foot drop from the church wall sent her sprawling, knees hitting stone hard enough to crack. Fuck's sake. She pushed herself up, right leg screaming, already healing, but Christ, it hurt. Nothing like the movies, this vampire shite, old blood, mold, and something else. Fear. Days of it, soaked into the stones. A guard stood at the top of the crypt stairs. Young vampire, maybe turned last week, jumpy as a virgin in a brothel. His neck snapped like a wishbone. She caught the body, eased it down, though the pragmatic part of her brain said it didn't matter. They'd find him soon enough. Patrick's whistle came from above, 2 short notes. His level clear. Time to move. The stone steps descended into proper darkness, the kind that would have blinded her a week ago. Now she could see every crack, every water stain, every drop of old blood that marked where they dragged someone down these same steps. Emma's scent hit her like a slap. Tears, sweat, that particular fear smell teenagers got when they realized the world had teeth. But underneath it, something else. Something that made Rose's new instincts recoil slightly. Like static on a dead channel, white noise in her predator brain. The seer thing. Emma was disrupting them just by existing. When had she last fed? Yesterday? The day before? Patrick said daily, but who had time when your daughter was missing? The hunger gnawed at her like broken glass. 3 guards playing cards at the bottom of the stairs, bottles of harp scattered around like they were having a Friday night session instead of guarding a sacrifice. Rose killed the first one before his mates noticed, crushed his throat so he couldn't scream. The second managed half a shout before she put her fist through his chest. But the third, clever bastard, hit something on the wall. The brass bell clanged through the church like Judgment Day. "Mum! It's a trap." Emma's voice from the corner cell. Rose was there in 2 strides, hands on the iron bars that burned even through her new strength. Her daughter looked like shite, pale, thin, 7 days of captivity written in the hollows under her eyes. But fierce. Christ, so fierce. "They knew you'd come. There's more upstairs." Rose was already working the lock, iron searing her palms. The smell of burning flesh mixed with the crypt stink. "Behind you." 4 more vampires flooded down the stairs. Then 6. Then she stopped counting because Patrick's voice exploded from above, not words but pure rage, and she knew they were fucked. "I'll get you out." Rose gripped Emma's hand through the bars, that brief touch worth the iron burns. "Go! They're moving me to Sinclair at 9. A vampire grabbed Rose from behind, tried for a chokehold. She went to Mist, reformed behind him, ripped his spine out through his back. Another came at her with a stake, fucking ironic, and she broke his arm in 3 places before snapping his neck. But they kept coming. The crypt filled with bodies, vampires crawling out of every shadow like roaches when the light goes on. 10, 15, 20. Where the fuck had Gregor found 20 vampires? Patrick crashed through the ceiling. Literally through, in a shower of rotten wood and plaster dust, landing hard enough to crack the stone floor. Blood ran from his mouth, his left arm hung wrong. "Too many! We have to go." Not without Emma. She killed 2 more guards, trying to push through the wall of bodies between her and the cell. But for every one she dropped, 2 more appeared. They weren't even trying to kill her now, just contain her, keep her away from Emma. "Go," Emma screamed. "Please, Mum, go." Patrick made the choice for her. 3 vampires had him pinned, one's hands around his throat, bones audibly cracking. Rose abandoned the push toward Emma, fury burning hotter than the iron had. She tore the first vampire off Patrick, literally tore him, head from shoulders in one pull. The second got his heart ripped out. The third ran. "Move." She hauled Patrick up, his broken arm making him gasp. More vampires poured in from the outside. The whole thing had been a trap. Gregor showing off his numbers, testing what his newest vampire could do. Rose fought their retreat up the stairs, Patrick barely conscious, his weight making her stumble. One guard got close enough to whisper, "Gregor knew you'd come, Gallagher. Wanted to see what you're made of." She put her fist through his face. The sanctuary was chaos, overturned pews, scattered vampires, but they weren't pursuing. They'd made their point. Rose dragged Patrick through the entrance, into the graveyard where the frost made everything look like a crime scene photo. Behind them, Emma screamed. Not pain, just rage and fear and... A van peeled out from behind the church, taking the corner so hard it went up on 2 wheels. Rose caught a glimpse of Emma through the back window, hands pressed against the glass, before it disappeared into the maze of East Belfast streets. The safe house was a shithole above a closed Chinese takeaway, still reeking of prawn crackers. Patrick sat on a broken kitchen chair, setting his own arm with the casual efficiency of someone who'd done it too many times. 2 hours until midnight, Rose said, pacing the narrow kitchen. 2 fucking hours. We need help. Patrick's voice was steady despite the pain. Can't take 20 vampires alone. The council? Won't interfere. This was their test too, see if I still had it in me. He pulled out a phone that looked older than Brexit. But I know others. Vampires who owe me. From your glory days? From my survival days. While Patrick made calls in what sounded like 6 different languages, Rose cleaned wounds that healed too fast to need cleaning. The burns from the iron were already fading, just pink marks like she'd touched a hot cooker. Gregor had played them. Now he knew exactly what he was dealing with, a weak old vampire with more rage than sense, and a broken old king. Marcus will come, Patrick said, ending his last call. Owes me from Prague. 1 extra fighter against 20? It's what we have. Rose stared out the grimy window at the moon. Somewhere out there, they were preparing Emma for sacrifice. I should have been faster. You should have been smarter. Patrick's tone held no comfort. Speed without strategy is just efficient failure. Fuck your fortune cookie wisdom. We hit Sinclair at 11:30. During ritual preparation, when they're focused on the circle. Same plan, just with more bruises? Same plan, better execution. Rose checked her weapons. Stakes she could barely touch without burning. Crosses that made her skin crawl. A knife that would do fuck all against vampires, but made her feel better. The irony wasn't lost on her. Vampire hunting vampires with anti-vampire weapons. The clock on the wall showed 11, so 1 hour till midnight. In the distance, church bells chimed the hour because Belfast never missed a chance to remind you that time was running out. If Marcus doesn't show, then we die trying. Patrick stood, testing his newly healed arm. But we die taking as many of them with us as possible. Rose thought about Emma in that cell, fierce despite the fear. Any mother would come. Any mother would die trying. But dying wasn't the plan. And Rose Gallagher had failed enough for one lifetime. The smell of Chinese food drifted up through the floor, sweet and sour something. Normal people downstairs ordering normal food, no idea that monsters plotted overhead. There's something else, Patrick said, studying his phone. The council's meeting in Dublin ran late. They're sending an observer. To stop us? To watch. See who wins. Then side with the victor. Pragmatic bastards. Survivors. Rose went back to the window. Sinclair Sheemans was down by the water, isolated, perfect for screams, no one would investigate. The maritime location meant something for the ritual, Patrick had said. Water boundaries, old magic, the kind of shite that predated Christ and made the Catholic Church nervous. One more chance. One more attempt. Emma had screamed her name as they fled. Not Mum, but Rose, like she was already growing past needing her. 7 days in a cell would age anyone, but 7 days knowing monsters were real, knowing you were going to die for someone else's power game. That would turn a 15-year-old into whatever came after innocence. She knew it was a trap, Rose said. They all know. Gregor wants us there for the ritual. Wants to turn 20 humans in front of us, using your daughter's blood while we watch. Sick fucking power play. Classic vampire politics. Horrible and efficient. The clock ticked toward 10:30. 90 minutes. Belfast rushed past outside. Taxis, takeaway delivery drivers, teenagers heading to house parties. Now she was part of the darker rhythm. We should go, Patrick said. Scout Sinclair before they arrive. But you said. Plans change. We failed once being predictable. Time to improvise. They left through the back, avoiding the takeaway customers. The night had turned bitter, proper December cold that would have ambulances busy with hypothermic homeless by morning. Rose felt it, but it didn't matter, like remembering pain from a dream. Belfast waited, patient as always, for its children to tear each other apart. Time to disappoint it one more time. Chapter 12. Desperate Alliances. The clock above the grimy takeaway window showed 11 to 1 hour and 55 minutes until they carved up her daughter like a Christmas turkey. Rose stood at the window, watching the moon paint Belfast in shades of grey and regret. Behind her, Patrick tested his healed arm with the patience of someone who'd broken plenty over the centuries. The snap of bone realigning earlier had made her stomach turn, but now he flexed his fingers like nothing had happened. Another vampire perk she hadn't asked for. Heavy footsteps on the stairs. Deliberately heavy, the kind that announced themselves, said, "I'm not sneaking, I'm choosing to let you hear me." Patrick didn't move from his chair. Victor. The door opened without a knock. The vampire who entered had to duck under the frame, 6'4" at least, gaunt like a scarecrow someone forgot to take down after Halloween. His coat looked straight out of 1985, all shoulders and no sense. Patrick. The accent was Eastern European, trying to hide behind received pronunciation. "You look terrible. You look like a coat rack someone taught to walk." Victor smiled, showing teeth that belonged in a museum of things that shouldn't exist. The debt from Prague. We're discussing it now, yes? We're discussing Gregor turning 20 humans at midnight. Victor folded himself into a chair that creaked in protest. 20. Ambitious. The circle formation will need to be precise. Any deviation ruins the symmetry. Your daughter, she's the catalyst? Rose's hands clenched. How do you? Everyone knows, Detective Gallagher. Gregor's been advertising. 20 chosen ones, all prime specimens. Athletes, soldiers, medical professionals. People with skills useful to an army. Victor pulled out a flask, took a swig of something that smelled like copper and regret. Emma's blood drawn at midnight creates the transformation. One drop from the catalyst into each mouth as they stand in perfect formation. And if we break the circle? Incomplete transformations. Some might turn, some might die, some might become. Victor waved a hand. Unfortunate. Gregor's insane, Victor added quietly. The Council of 12 will never forgive this. Unless he succeeds, Patrick said. Power forgives everything. Victor went pale. You don't cross the 12. Not even for power. Not after what happened to the last one who tried. Patrick leaned forward. The Council? Sending an observer. Anastasia from Dublin. The temperature in the room dropped 5 degrees. Patrick's jaw tightened in a way that said history and none of it good. She voted for my execution in 1847. She votes for everyone's execution. It's her thing. Victor stood, unfolding like a pocket knife. Sinclair Seaman's Church. 3 floors. Main hall for the ritual, basement for prisoners, harbour access for disposal. Gregor has 37 vampires last count. Stay out of the deep tunnels. Siobhan's old nest went feral down there. No master, no blood, they're not vampires anymore, just hunger with teeth. Been recruiting from Glasgow, Liverpool, even Manchester. 37 against 3. 2. I've paid my debt by telling you. Victor moved to the door. Prague, 1823. You saved my life when the mob came with their torches. Information for a life. We're square. He left. The stairs didn't creak once. Rose checked the clock. 11:15. 45 minutes. Her throat burned. 2 days without proper feeding. The slaughterhouse felt like a week ago. Every heartbeat around her sounded like dinner. Her phone lit up. James calling. She declined it, sent a quick text. In position. Radio silence. We'll call when we have her. 3 dots appeared, showing he was typing. Then stopped. Good. He knew better than to interfere with an operation. Her phone buzzed again. Unknown Belfast number this time. Don't answer that, Patrick said. She answered it. Detective Gallagher? Female voice, local accent thick as builder's tea. Queensbridge. 5 minutes. Come alone or don't come at all. The line went dead. Siobhan, Patrick said. Leader of the Sailortown Nest. Turned in 1992 during a UVF attack. They've no love for Gregor. Enemy of my enemy? Gets you killed slightly slower. But Queensbridge at night looks like a place where bad decisions went to feel better about themselves. 4 figures waited at the center, spread out enough to show they weren't hiding numbers, close enough to fight as a unit. Siobhan was smaller than expected, 5'2" maybe, built like a gymnast who'd given up on the Olympics and taken up breaking kneecaps instead. The kind of fierce that came from being underestimated once too often. The others, 2 women who looked like they'd stepped out of a punk band that played venues where the floor was optional, and 1 massive bastard who could have been carved from the same stone as the shipyard cranes. Detective. Siobhan didn't offer a hand. Smart. Heard you paid Gregor a visit. Heard it didn't go well. Heard you've got your own problems with him. After tonight, half of Belfast's vampires won't exist. He calls us mongrels. Weak blood, turned without permission, surviving without structure. Siobhan spat into the Lagan. Plans to keep only the chosen bloodlines. Pure. Like that means fuck all when you're drinking rats in an alley. You want to stop the ritual? Want to watch Gregor burn. The ritual's just a bonus. Siobhan pulled out a phone, showed a timer. 11:40. We hit the east entrance, hard, fire, explosives, lots of noise. Draw them out. You and Patrick take the harbour side, get your girl. Why help us? Because after Gregor's done making his master race, he's coming for the rest of us. Rather fight him before he has 20 more soldiers. The ex-docker spoke up, voice like gravel in a blender. Worked at Sinclair Sheeman's in the 70s. Know every service tunnel, every maintenance shaft. Can get you to the basement without going through the main hall. Rose looked at Patrick. He gave the smallest nod, the kind that said we're fucked either way. 11:40. Synchronized. Siobhan grinned, showing fangs. I've got Molotovs, an industrial accelerant. Amazing what you can find in abandoned warehouses. They scattered like smoke. Can't use speed, Patrick said as they moved through Sailortown. CCTV covers the main routes. So they walked. Human pace. Every second stretching like taffy. The stakes in her pocket burned through fabric. The iron crosses made her skin itch even through their wrapping. Weapons designed to kill things like her, carried by something like her, to save her very human daughter. The irony would have been funny if it wasn't so fucking tragic. Her phone lit up. Saban, weapons secured. Team in position. We're being followed, Patrick said. Not turning around. Rose caught it too, that sense of being watched by something that didn't need to blink. Gregor's people? The council observer. Anastasia likes to watch the opening moves. Thought they were neutral. Neutral doesn't mean uninformed. Sinclair Sheeman's church rose from the harbour district like a brick middle finger to architectural beauty. 3 stories of Victorian industrial pride, the kind of building that survived the Blitz and the Troubles and would probably outlast humanity itself. Light blazed from the main hall windows. Rose counted shadows moving inside, dozens of them. They found cover in an abandoned loading dock that gave them a view of the main entrance. Through the windows, she could see them setting up. Humans, 20 of them, being positioned like chess pieces. They moved wrong, too loose, drugged to the gills. Christ. They're kids. Some of them are just kids. Gregor likes them young. They adapt better. Where's Emma? Patrick studied the building. Basement. Has to be. She's too valuable to leave with the others. 11:30 exactly. 30 minutes. Through the windows, Gregor appeared in robes that belonged in a museum of bad decisions. Silver blade in his hand, because of course there was a ceremonial fucking blade. 11:35, Patrick said. 5 minutes early. Rose's phone. Siobhan. Moving. 11:38. The shadows around Sinclair shifted. Rose caught glimpses, figures with bottles, the smell of petrol sharp even from here. 11:40. The east wall of Sinclair Shaman's church exploded. Windows blew out in a shower of 100-year-old glass. Fire crawled up brick like something alive and hungry. The carefully positioned humans scattered. Vampires rushed toward the breach, exactly as planned. Rose and Patrick moved. The harbour door was solid steel. Rose grabbed the handle and pulled. Metal screamed. Hinges tore from brick. The door came away in her hands like paper. Inside, chaos. Smoke rolling across the ceiling. Vampires running in every direction. The smell of blood and petrol and fear thick enough to chew. Then, cutting through everything else from below. Mum! I'm down here. Emma. Alive. Screaming. Patrick grabbed 2 vampires by their throats, smashed their heads together hard enough to break concrete. Go! I've got this. Rose ran for the basement stairs. Behind her, something crashed. Someone screamed. Fire crackling, spreading. The stairs were concrete, steep, dark. Rose took them 3 at a time. 11:45. 15 minutes until midnight. 15 minutes to stop becoming the monster she already was. Chapter 13. The Trap. The concrete stairs were older than they looked. Victorian brick underneath modern paint, the kind of foundation built when Belfast was shipping linen to every corner of the empire. Rose took them 3 at a time, following Emma's voice down into the dark. No, not Emma's voice. Emma's scent. Hours old. Maybe 4, maybe 5. Like following yesterday's perfume through today's rain. The basement opened up wider than the building above should have allowed. Proper Victorian engineering, when they built down as much as up. Corridors branched off in 3 directions. Gas pipe fixtures on the walls, capped decades ago. The smell of damp stone and something else. Blood. Old blood. New blood. And that sweet sick corruption that meant vampire. Mum? Please. Emma's voice again. From the left corridor. Rose ran. A vampire stepped out from an alcove, young-looking thing in designer jeans. Rose's hand went through his chest before either of them had time to think about it. His heart came apart in her fingers like wet paper. She kept running. 2 more at the next corner. One got his hands up, started to say something. Rose grabbed his head, twisted. The crack echoed off Victorian brick. The second one actually managed to draw a knife. She took it from him, put it through his eye, kept moving. The corridor ended at a door. Massive thing. Oak reinforced with iron, the kind they used to protect guild treasuries. Rose could hear heartbeats beyond it. 20, maybe more. All wrong. Too slow. Too regular. Like machines winding down. She grabbed the door and pulled. The hinges screamed but held. The wood splintered. The iron bent. The door came away in chunks. 100-year-old oak turned to kindling in her hands. The room beyond was huge. A proper chamber, not a basement. Vaulted ceiling held up by stone pillars thick as trees. Candles everywhere, hundreds of them, making shadows dance across walls painted with symbols that hurt to look at. And in the center, a circle. 20 people arranged like compass points. All of them on their knees, heads bowed, swaying slightly. The smell hit Rose like a physical thing, drugs, ketamine maybe, enough to drop a horse. These weren't participants. They were props. In the center of the circle, draped across a stone that might have been an altar once, Emma's scarf. The one Rose had bought her for Christmas 3 years ago. Soft grey wool. Still smelled like her daughter's shampoo. Predictable. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Hidden speakers, probably installed for just this moment. Gregor. I tell you midnight, you arrive at 11:45. I mention your daughter, you charge in without thinking. I leave her scent, you follow it like a dog. Really, detective, you're making this too easy. Rose grabbed the nearest drugged figure, shook them. A man, maybe 50, homeless from the smell of him. His eyes rolled back, showing white. Alive but gone. Where is she? Her voice bounced off stone, came back twisted. Oh, she was here. Hours ago. We had a lovely chat about you. She's very proud, you know. Thinks you're a hero. Thinks you'll save her. Patrick crashed through what was left of the doorway, covered in someone else's blood. Rose. Touching reunion, Gregor's voice continued. The maker and the maid. Tell me, Patrick, have you explained to her yet what she's becoming? What she's already become? Somewhere above them, church bells started ringing. Midnight. The solstice moment they'd all been racing toward. You're too late, Gregor said. And too early. The astronomical solstice isn't until sunrise. 8:47 a.m., to be precise. That's when the real ritual begins. Rose grabbed the altar stone, 400 pounds of carved granite, and threw it at the nearest wall. It exploded into fragments, taking out candles, sending shadows spinning. Temper, 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 temper. You'll want to save that strength. You have such a long night ahead. The building shook. Not from Rose's violence. From below. Did you really think I'd make my stand in a building with only one basement? Sinclair Sheeman's church has been here since 1897. They built deep in those days. Sub-basements. Storage vaults. Tunnels to the harbour that haven't been opened since the Troubles. Another shake. Stronger. Dust falling from the vaulted ceiling. Patrick grabbed Rose's arm. Explosives. He's bringing the whole thing down. Run if you like, Gregor said. Or stay and burn. Either way, you won't find her here. But since I'm feeling generous, I'll give you a hint. Where does every story end? Where it began. The ceiling cracked. A chunk of stone the size of a car bonnet crashed down, crushing candles, sending drugged bodies rolling. Get them out, Patrick shouted, already grabbing 2 of the unconscious victims. Rose wanted to keep destroying things, keep screaming, keep hunting. But 20 people would die if she did. 20 people who'd done nothing except be homeless in Belfast at the wrong time. She grabbed 3 of them, throwing them over her shoulders like they weighed nothing. The ceiling was coming down in earnest now. Support pillars cracking. Centuries of weight suddenly remembering gravity. They ran. Up the stairs, Patrick ahead of her, Rose behind, both carrying as many as they could. The building shrieked around them. Metal tearing. Stone grinding. Wood that had stood since Victoria's time finally giving up. The ground floor was chaos. Fire everywhere. Suburbs vampires fleeing in every direction. Some of Gregor's guards too, and that was wrong. Why would they run from their own trap? One of them, young guy with a bleeding head wound, actually helped Rose with her unconscious cargo. Orders, he gasped. Let them escape. He wants. The floor beneath them buckled. water rushing up from below. The harbour, finding all those old tunnels, claiming them back. They made it out, just as the east wall collapsed entirely. The whole building folding in on itself like a house of cards filmed in reverse. 3 stories of Victorian brick and timber, a landmark that had survived the Blitz and the Troubles, reduced to rubble in 30 seconds. The drugged victims lay on the pavement like discarded dolls, Sean already on his radio calling for ambulances. Mass casualty event, he was saying. 20 unconscious, possible drug overdose. Let the medics sort them. They'd wake up in hospital with no memory and a story about a rave gone wrong. Rose stood in the street, watching it burn, Emma's scarf still clutched in her fist. 20 heartbeats. 20 dinners, the monster in her whispered. 3 days without feeding now. Patrick would lose his shite if he knew. Her phone, miraculously still working, showed 6 missed calls from James. She couldn't. Not now. Not when she'd just lost Emma again. She shoved it back in her pocket. Fire brigade sirens. Someone shouted about gas mains. Another about sectarian attacks. Let them think what they wanted. Belfast had practiced explaining away violence. Where it began, Patrick said quietly. Rose turned on him. What? Where does every story end? Where it began. He was looking at her with those ancient eyes. Riddle's warehouse. Where I found you. Where this started. Christ. Of course. He's had Emma for hours, Rose said. Could have killed her already. No. He needs sunrise. The actual astronomical moment. Everything else has been theatre. Then we have 8 hours. Maybe less. Sean limped up, shirt torn, face black with smoke. Behind him, what was left of Siobhan's people. Maybe a dozen vampires, all looking at Rose like she might have answers. She didn't. But she had Emma's scarf, and she had 8 hours, and she had whatever this thing was that she'd become. Right, she said, crushing the scarf in her fist. No more playing his game. No more charging in. We do this properly. Properly? Siobhan appeared from the smoke, half her face burned, already healing. Your properly just got 20 vampires killed. Then we do it differently. How? Rose looked at the burning remains of Sinclair Sheeman's church. At the fire brigade finally arriving, useless now. At the crowd gathering, phones out, documenting Belfast's latest disaster. I don't know yet. But she had 8 hours to save Emma. 8 hours to stop a ritual she didn't understand. Rose held the scarf to her face and breathed in. Let herself have that one moment of pure desperation. Then she shoved it in her pocket and got to work. Patrick, I need everything you know about Riddle's warehouse. Every entrance, every exit, every stone. I can do better than that, he said. I can show you the architect's original plans. Scene. Get on the radio. I want every unit that's not here staying away from the docks. They won't listen to you, Sean said. Not after. Then make them think it's their idea. Gas leak. Terrorism threat. I don't care. Keep them away. What about us? Siobhan asked. Rose looked at the vampire queen of Belfast, half-burned and fully furious. You want Gregor dead? More than anything. Then you're with me. But we do this my way. Which is? Rose looked east, toward the docks, toward Riddle's warehouse, toward wherever Gregor was keeping Emma. Carefully. Properly. The way I should have done it from the start. Behind them, Sinclair Sheeman's church collapsed completely, sending sparks up into the Belfast night like distress signals. 3 stories of broken faith and burning timber. 12:20 a.m. 7 hours and 27 minutes until sunrise. Until the solstice. Until the end of whatever story this was. Rose started walking. The others fell in behind her. A detective who didn't know she was dead. A maker who'd waited too long to teach her. A partner who trusted her too much. And a handful of vampires who had nowhere else to go. Belfast in December. Cold enough to crack teeth. Dark enough to hide anything. Perfect hunting weather if you were already a monster. Which apparently she was. Chapter 14. Planning the assault. The safe house smelled like chip fat and desperation. 3 rooms above a takeaway that had been closed since 2008, when the economy went to shite and took half of Sailortown with it. Now it was Patrick's bolt hole, one of a dozen he kept scattered across Belfast like a paranoid squirrel hoarding acorns. Rose spread the maps across the grease-stained table, trying not to think about how many hours she had left. 7 and change. Emma's scarf was still in her pocket, strawberry shampoo mixing with smoke and blood. Sean was at the station, managing the official story, fielding calls from the assistant chief. Better he handled that side while she handled this. I lost 15 of my people, Siobhan said, limping through the door. Half her face was still healing, pink skin spreading like spilled paint across the burns. 15. Some of them I'd known for decades. Then help me end this properly. Properly? Siobhan slammed her fist on the table, making the maps jump. We should attack now. Storm the warehouse while he's... While he's what? Waiting for us? Rose didn't look up from the dock layouts. That's what he expects. We're done playing his game. Patrick was sketching the warehouse from memory, his hand moving with the precision of someone who'd lived too long to forget anything. Built in 1887. 3 stories above ground, 2 below. The lower levels connect to old smuggling tunnels. Ran goods through them during the famine. Course they did. Belfast. Even the architecture had crimes to confess. Rose's phone buzzed. Text from Sean. Fire brigade all over Sinclair. Calling it gas explosion. AC wants you to call in when you can. She typed back. Bit busy. Handle it. The official story's holding, she told Patrick. News is spinning it as gang retaliation over the harbour territory. Good. Let them. Rose studied Patrick's sketch. Riddle's warehouse sat on the dock like a brick monument to Victorian paranoia. Too many entrances to cover, too many exits to block. But every building had weak points. Every trap had springs you could avoid if you knew where to look. Main entrance here. Patrick marked it with his finger. Service doors here and here. But the interesting bits underneath. The tunnels. Half of them flooded over the years, Patrick continued. But Gregor's been preparing for months. He'll have pumped the ones he needs. Siobhan's lieutenant, Liam, cleared his throat. Young-looking vampire, couldn't have been more than 30 when he was turned. I was at the warehouse yesterday. Everyone turned. Doing what? Rose's voice could have frozen the Legan. Reconnaissance. Before tonight. He looked at Siobhan, who nodded for him to continue. They've drawn symbols everywhere. Chalk and blood. Ritual circles on every floor. Not just for Emma, Patrick said quietly. For something bigger. Rose felt that cold crawl up her spine again. The one that meant the night was about to get worse. Explain. Patrick pulled out his phone, scrolled through images of old texts. The winter solstice, a seer's blood, the right symbols. Gregor's not just trying to hurt you, Rose. He's trying to open a door. Between what and what? Between here and older places. Darker places. Things that were locked away when the world was younger. Rose felt the weight of it. Emma caught in the middle of vampire politics and ancient rituals. The council knows about this? The Council of 12 has rules, Patrick said. Jaw tight. Ancient laws. They can't act directly without proof. Not since the Treaty of 1690. Bureaucracy. Rose spat the word. Even vampires have fucking bureaucracy. It's what's kept us hidden for 2,000 years. The council maintains order through fear and law, not violence. Usually. Her phone buzzed. Unknown number. Your daughter screams beautifully. She. Rose's hand clenched. The burner phone Gregor had texted exploded into plastic fragments and broken glass. She didn't remember deciding to crush it. She pulled out her backup phone, the one James had been calling. Right, she said, brushing electronic debris off the map. We need a plan. Someone knocked on the door. Too controlled. Too precise. Not the knock of someone who was scared or desperate or human. Anastasia entered without invitation, because of course she did. White suit immaculate despite the chaos outside, 2 council guards flanking her like bookends made of muscle and bad intentions. The council has been monitoring the situation. Have they now? Rose didn't look up from the maps. And where were they when Sinclair was burning? We cannot allow Gregor to complete his ritual. Then help us stop him. We offer a different solution. Anastasia produced a scroll from her briefcase. Actual parchment, because vampires couldn't just use DocuSign like normal people. A binding contract. You serve the council as Sheriff of Belfast, we save your daughter. Our forces will overwhelm the warehouse, she continued. Gregor dies. Your daughter lives. And you maintain order in Belfast for, shall we say, the next century? Patrick's intake of breath was sharp enough to cut. Rose, council contracts are unbreakable. They'll own you for centuries. Yeah, I gathered. Rose finally looked up at Anastasia. Get out. Excuse me? Not yet. Ask me again after I get my daughter back. Anastasia's cold smile could have frosted windows. You'll regret this. When your daughter dies, remember, we offered help. When I pulled Gregor's spine out through his throat, remember, I didn't need it. The council representative paused at the door. The Ardray is watching, Detective Murphy. Your actions tonight determine Belfast's future. Belfast's future can wait 12 hours. My daughter can't. Rose turned back to the maps. We'll talk after. The door closed with deliberate softness, worse than a slam. You just made an enemy of the council, Patrick said. Get in line. But they were wasting time. Rose forced herself to focus. Detective mode. Break it down into pieces small enough to swallow. 3 teams, she said. Distraction, infiltration, extraction. I'm listening, Siobhan said. Your people create chaos at the main entrance. Draw guards, make noise, but don't overcommit. Make them think that's the real assault. Siobhan nodded slowly. And while they're watching us? Patrick and I take the tunnels. Get to Emma while everyone's looking the wrong way. What about me? Sean asked. You coordinate from outside. I need eyes on police response. Keep them away, whatever it takes. Liam raised his hand like he was still in school. What about Gregor himself? He's mine. Rose, Patrick started. But Emma comes first. Everything else is secondary. She looked at each of them in turn. We go at 3 a.m. Gives us time to position. Still 5 hours until sunrise if things go wrong. Could use old IRA tactics, Patrick suggested. Multiple false starts. Make them nervous, waste their readiness. Christ. Belfast. Where even the rescue plans came with paramilitary precedents. Subham's people were checking weapons. Stakes and blades, nothing that would bring the PSNI running. Well, running faster than they already would be. Rose examined hands. Still looked like her hands. Still felt like her hands. But she'd crushed a phone without thinking, thrown an altar stone like it was made of foam. Whatever she was becoming, it was getting stronger. What if the ritual's already started? Sean asked. Then we interrupt it, Patrick said grimly. Incomplete rituals have consequences. For everyone involved? For everyone in the vicinity? Possibly the city. Brilliant. Rose stood, tucking the maps into her jacket. Move out. Separate routes. Radio silence until 3. The vampires dispersed into the night, each taking different stairs, different exits. Sabin paused at the door. This plan of yours better work, Murphy. When have my plans ever worked? Fair point. Then it was just Rose and Patrick and Sean in a room that smelled like old grease and new fear. You don't have to do this, Rose told Sean. This isn't your fight. Emma's my goddaughter. Of course it's my fight. Rose pulled Emma's scarf from her pocket. Held it one more time. Let's go get my daughter. They left the safe house separately. Patrick to gather equipment from another of his bolt holes. Sean to his car to monitor police channels. Rose to the shadows, because that's where she belonged now. 2 a.m. 6 hours and 47 minutes until sunrise. Rose moved through the empty streets like she'd been born to it. Which, in a way, she had been. 7 days ago. Riddle's warehouse squatted on the horizon like a brick tumor. Gregor in there with his symbols and his rituals and his plans to open doors that should stay closed. And Emma. Still alive. Had to be still alive. Because if she wasn't, Rose was going to take Belfast apart brick by brick until she found everyone responsible. And then she was going to make them understand what it really meant to be afraid of the dark. The watch on her wrist, miraculously still working, showed 2:15. 45 minutes until they moved. Time enough to lie to herself one more time. Because the truth was too simple and too terrible. She wasn't planning a rescue. She was planning a hunt. And she was getting hungry. The hunger was getting specific now. Not just blood. Warm blood. Living blood. 4 days was too long, her control slipping with every hour. Chapter 15. The Tunnels. 2:15 a.m. Rose perched on the warehouse roof across from Riddle's, watching the docks through rain that couldn't decide if it wanted to fall or just hang in the air and make everyone miserable. Belfast weather. Even the sky couldn't commit. Her earpiece crackled. Patrick's voice, tinny and distant. Tunnel entrance clear. Below, a drunk stumbled out of Mulligan's side door, leaving a trail of piss and bad decisions against the wall. Rose's nostrils flared. She could smell his blood from 3 stories up. Whiskey thinned, cholesterol thick, but blood all the same. Her stomach twisted. Not with nausea. With want. Main team ready, Siobhan's voice cut through the hunger. Secondary at North Dock. Pesnai response delayed. Sean's voice crackled through the earpiece. Someone called in a bomb threat at Central. You've got time. A bomb threat. Christ. Only in Belfast would fake terrorism be the distraction for a vampire war. The drunk below started singing. Something about the fields of Athenry. Off-key and mournful. Rose's hands gripped the roof edge hard enough to crack concrete. She could drop down. 3 stories was nothing now. Throat would be soft. Blood would be warm. Hunger would stop, just for a while. Patrick's voice sharp in her ear. Get down here. Need you focused. She forced herself to pull Emma's scarf from her pocket. Her daughter's scent, grounding her in what mattered. Coming. Rose launched herself off the 3-story roof and immediately knew she'd fucked it. Hit the ground like a sack of hammers, Shoulder first, something definitely cracking. The healing started before she finished rolling, bones grinding back together. Shite, bastard, fuck. She limped toward the meeting point, leg still knitting itself. The drunk didn't even look up from his serenade. Patrick waited at a storm drain, the Victorian ironwork still bearing its maker's mark. Belfast Corporation, 1887. He looked her over, noting the tremor in her hands, the way she kept swallowing nothing. You're getting worse. After. Rose's voice came out rough. Emma first. Then I'll feed. 5 days without feeding. Stupid. Dangerous. But Emma came first. Always Emma first. The hunger would have to wait. Patrick produced a key that looked older than the drain itself. From 1923. Last time I used these tunnels. The lock screamed when it turned. A century of rust and salt protesting the intrusion. The gate swung open on hinges that hadn't moved since the Troubles. Maybe longer. The smell hit immediately. Salt and decay and old blood and something else, something worse. Like meat left to rot in seawater. Rose's enhanced senses reeled. Breathing's optional, Patrick said, stepping into the darkness. Remember that. Right. Vampires didn't need to breathe. Except 38 years of habit said otherwise. Water sloshed around their ankles, cold and black and rising. 3 hours until high tide, Patrick said, moving with the confidence of memory. Every turn precise, every step certain. These tunnels flood completely. Drowns anything that can drown. And things that can't. Get very uncomfortable. The darkness meant nothing to her new eyes. She could see every brick, every water stain, every rat that scattered from their approach. Could hear the city above, cars, footsteps, heartbeats. So many heartbeats. Belfast pulsed through tons of stone and earth. And somewhere, faint but unmistakable, strawberry shampoo. I can smell her. Rose stopped, head tilted. That's impossible. She's too far, too many walls between. Even the dead ones know their children, Patrick said simply. They passed the first skeleton 20 meters in. Still in chains, bones scattered by decades of tides. Human from the skull shape. Poor bastard, had died hard. Smugglers used to chain competitors down here, Patrick said, stepping over a femur. Let the tide sort it. Patrick stopped so suddenly Rose nearly walked into him. His hand came up, silent warning. Eyes in the darkness ahead. 3 pairs, reflecting what little light filtered down from storm grates. Not rats. Too high up. Too still. Siobhan's old nest, Patrick whispered. They went feral when she left. No master, no blood source, no humanity left. The ferals moved wrong. Not like people pretending to be predators, but like things that had forgotten they were ever people. They crawled along walls, hung from pipes, joints bending in ways that would have snapped human bones. Rose's hunger recognized them immediately. Not as kin. As prey. They're barely vampires anymore, Patrick said. Lost to the hunger. This is what happens when... The first feral lunged. Fast, but telegraph obvious to Rose's new senses. She caught it by the throat, her hand crushing through flesh that felt paper-thin. It thrashed once, and went still. Properly dead this time. Patrick handled the second with similar efficiency, a stake through the heart that turned it to something between dust and sludge. The third fled deeper into the tunnels, scrambling away on all fours. Let it go, Patrick said. We're on a schedule. Rose looked at her hand. Black blood under her nails. That what I become? She asked. Without control? Without purpose, Patrick corrected. It's what we do despite the hunger that keeps us human. Or human enough. They moved deeper. The tunnels branched and twisted, a labyrinth of Victorian ambition and centuries of modification. Belfast's real history, written in brick and bone. Rose could feel Emma getting closer. Not just her scent now, but something else. A pull, like gravity tilted sideways. 2 minutes, Patrick said, checking his watch. Above them, muffled through stone and earth, an explosion. That's Siaban, Rose said. Main entrance. Shouts. Running feet. The warehouse erupting into chaos. Patrick led them to a rusted metal door, newer than the tunnels, maybe 1960s. Military stenciling still visible. Authorized personnel only. Old civil defense bunker, he explained. Connects to Riddle's sub-basement. Gregor doesn't know about it. I think. You think? 60% sure. Those are shit odds. Best we've got. Another explosion above. East side this time. Sean's distraction working perfectly. The warehouse would be in chaos, guards running every direction, nobody sure which threat was real. Patrick pushed the door open. It moved silent on well-oiled hinges. Someone had maintained this route. The sub-basement spread out before them. Ancient brick walls covered in fresh symbols, painted in what looked like blood and wouldn't be anything else. 12 stone altars arranged in a perfect circle, 11 occupied by unconscious forms. The 12th, in the center, held Emma. Rose's hunger spiked at the smell of 12 living humans. Warm blood, so much of it, hearts beating in unconscious rhythm. Her teeth ached. Her throat burned. Every instinct screamed feed, 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 feed. Patrick's hand on her arm, grip iron. Control. Now. Or Emma dies. Through speakers hidden in the walls, a voice like expensive poison. Welcome, Detective Murphy. Gregor. Somewhere watching. Of course he was. The tunnels were never secret. I needed you here. Your blood completes the ritual. Mother and daughter, seer line unbroken. A trap. The whole thing was a fucking trap. But Rose had known that. Some part of her had always known. Didn't matter. Emma was here. Everything else was secondary. Another explosion. More shouting. Guards' voices over radios. Which is the real attack? All units to main. No east side. Where's Paulie? Through the chaos, through the hunger, through the rage building in her chest, Rose met her daughter's eyes across the room. Emma's lips moved. No sound, but Rose heard it anyway. Now, Mum. 45 minutes ago, Rose had been planning a rescue. Now she understood the truth. She wasn't the hunter here. She was the weapon her daughter had been waiting for. Go, she told Patrick. They charged. Chapter 16. The Revelation. The first guard turned toward the tunnel door. Too slow. Rose hit him before conscious thought kicked in, before training or restraint could intervene. Hand crushed his windpipe like wet cardboard. Blood sprayed from his ruined throat, hot copper mist in the air, and her hunger went nuclear. Patrick was already past her, engaging 2 guards with the efficient violence of someone who'd done this before. No wasted movement. Knife in one throat, elbow breaking another's nose, driving bone fragments into brain. Rose couldn't think past the blood. 3 more guards rushed down the stone stairs from the main warehouse. She intercepted them mid-flight, moving faster than physics should allow. The first one's neck tore open under her fingers. She hadn't meant to use that much force, hadn't meant to tear through arterial walls like tissue paper. The spray hit her face. Hot. Iron and salt and life itself. Her control snapped. She latched onto the guard before he hit the ground, mouth finding the wound, drinking deep, while his heart still pumped. Some distant part of her brain screamed stop. This isn't you, but that voice drowned in the red tide of feeding. His blood was terror and adrenaline and 23 years of life pouring down her throat. Jesus fucking Christ. Patrick physically hauled her off, his strength surprising even through her feeding frenzy. Not like this. Emma needs you thinking, not feeding. Rose's mouth was full of blood. Her clothes soaked with it. The guard at her feet wasn't moving anymore, eyes fixed on nothing. She'd drunk him dry in seconds. Through the chaos, through more explosions rattling dust from the ceiling, Emma's voice cut clear. Mum, remember who you are. Rose wiped her mouth with a shaking hand. The blood made her stronger, she could feel it singing through her veins, repairing damage she hadn't known was there. But it also made her less human. Less Rose. Less the mother Emma needed. I'm fine, she lied. Patrick didn't call her on it. More guards were coming. They fought their way deeper into the sub-basement. Rose tried to disable rather than kill, but every impact brought more blood, more hunger. She was a barely leashed animal pretending to be a cop. The ritual chamber proper opened before them, massive underground space that shouldn't exist. Victorian brickwork merged with older stone, pre-Christian symbols that hurt to look at directly. 12 altars in a perfect circle, channels carved between them like spokes of a wheel. The channels were filled with blood, dark and waiting, not flowing yet, but ready. Somewhere above, a drunk was still singing The Fields of Athenry, Belfast carrying on while monsters fought below. 11 unconscious forms lay on the outer altars. Young people, various ages, the missing persons from Gregor's shopping list. All breathing. All alive. The 12th altar, dead center, held Emma. She was awake. Alert. Completely unafraid. Gregor stood beside her, immaculate despite the chaos above. His hands were clean. Even here, even now, he looked like a banker who'd wandered into the wrong meeting. Detective Murphy. His accent was older than she'd expected. Not Eastern European. Something else. Right on schedule. Rose tried to reach Emma. An invisible barrier stopped her cold, like running into glass that wasn't there. But theatrical this? She kept her voice steady despite the blood drying on her chin. Underground lair, ritual circles, virgin sacrifice. Not virgins, Gregor corrected. That's a common misconception. Innocence has nothing to do with sexual experience. These 12 have simply never killed. Their life force is untainted. More guards took positions around the room. 10 of them, all vampires, all fed and ready. Patrick shifted beside her, calculating odds. You think this is about prophecy? Gregor continued. Doors between worlds? The last song of stars? Please. Those are fairy tales for children and ancient vampires going senile. He walked around Emma's altar, fingers trailing along the stone. You're not just a vampire detective. Noticed that, thanks. Have you? Have you really? His smile was paternal, disappointed. Your grandmother, Moira Murphy, died 1962, Andersonstown. They said it was a gas leak, but we both know the trouble started earlier than the history books admit. Rose's blood chilled. Her grandmother had died before she was born. She was a seer, Gregor continued. True sight. Could see probability threads, future echoes, the shape of things that might be. Your mother suppressed it, probably terrified what the neighbors would think. You suppressed it. Good Catholic girl playing at being normal. But blood tells, detective. Blood always tells. You're talking shite. Am I? How many times have you known things you shouldn't? You called it intuition, luck, good copper instincts. But it was never that simple. Emma sat up on her altar, silver chains falling away like mist. He's right, Mum. About that part, anyway. But when she looked at Rose, it wasn't relief in her eyes. It was horror. You're dead, Emma whispered. I saw you die. You're one of them now. She pulled back from Rose's reach, pressing against the stone altar's edge. Don't touch me. You're not my mother. My mother's dead. Emma, love, it's me. My mother wouldn't have torn out throats. Wouldn't have drunk. Emma's voice broke. I saw what you did to get here. Every kill. Every drop of blood. The prophecy had shown her everything. I did it for you, Rose said. Helpless. To save you. That's what they all say. Emma's tears mixed with blood from burst vessels in her eyes. That's what makes monsters. Patrick stepped forward. We don't have time for this. Give her a minute, Rose snapped. Then, softer, to Emma. I'm still me. Different, but still your mum. Emma studied her for a long moment. Then, barely audible, prove it. You were 7, Rose said. Nightmare about the white crow. You made me check the wardrobe 6 times. Said if I was really your protector, I'd make sure it couldn't get in. I told you. That crows can't open wardrobe doors. Emma's shoulders shook. They haven't got thumbs. She let Rose pull her close then, but her body stayed rigid. Trust broken, even if love remained. The attack last Monday didn't just turn you, Gregor said, watching their reunion with cold interest. It activated what was dormant. Sea vampire hybrid. First in 300 years. Do you understand how valuable that makes you? Rose forced herself to focus. The ritual is to transfer power. Your power. To me. Through your daughter's blood. Over my twice-dead fucking body. That can be arranged. Emma laughed. Actually laughed, like she'd heard a good joke down the pub. 3 days ago I saw you die, Mum. Every timeline. Every path. Gregor shooting you. Siobhan betraying you. Even one where Liam came back wrong and tore your throat out. Dead, dead, dead. She stood up, the chains that had been holding her dissolving completely. They'd never been real. Except one path, Emma continued. One single thread where you became something else. Where you let the monster in just enough to save us both. You let yourself be taken. Rose understood now, the truth clicking into place like a chamber loading. You wanted to be here. Gregor thinks he trapped us. Emma's eyes were the same green as Rose's, but older somehow. Ancient. But we trapped him. Gregor's composure cracked, just a fraction. This wasn't the script. His whole trap is illusion, Emma said. Half these guards aren't real. The barrier holding you back isn't there. Even the blood in those channels is mostly water with food coloring. He's been running on reputation and fear for decades. Some of the guards wavered, their forms becoming translucent. Others stayed solid, the real threats, but fewer than before. 4 vampires, not 10. We're the same, Mum, Emma said. Both of us between worlds. You got the sight from your grandmother, just like I did. You got the capacity for turning from your blood, just like I might. We're mirrors of each other. Gregor adjusted rapidly, mind recalculating. Fine. 2 hybrids are better than 1. He began speaking in Old Gaelic, words that predated Christianity in Ireland. Blood in the channels, real or not, began to move, defying gravity, flowing upward in impossible spirals. The 11 victims stirred, life force being drawn whether they consented or not. The ceiling cracked. Siobhan's team had broken through above. Dust and debris rained down. Save them, Mum. Emma walked toward Gregor, completely unafraid. All of them. I'll handle him. Emma, no. You want seer power? Emma placed her hand on Gregor's face. Let me show you what we really see. Gregor's eyes went wide. Then he screamed. Not pain, horror. Pure, existential horror at whatever Emma was showing him. all possible futures, all paths leading to his end. The weight of probability itself crushing down. The warehouse structure failed. Support beams cracked like bones. Water from the high tide flooded through the tunnel entrance, cold salt chaos. Patrick shouted, "The whole place is coming down." 11 innocent people convulsing on altars. Emma locked with Gregor in prophetic combat. The ceiling starting its final collapse. "Choose, Mum," Emma said, her voice coming from everywhere and nowhere. "Them or me. You can't save everyone." She had 3 seconds to decide. The ceiling fell. Chapter 17. Mother's Fury. The ceiling fell. 3 seconds stretched like prayer beads, each moment a universe of choice. Rose's seer sight exploded outward, probability threads spreading like spider silk through the collapsing space. Red threads led to death. So many red threads. One silver thread, thin as hope, wove through the chaos. Concrete chunks the size of cars plummeted. Every trajectory burned clear in her vision before it happened. The beam that would crush victims 4 and 5. The section that would bury 7 through 9. The debris that would take Emma's head off in 7 seconds. Choose, Mum. Them or me. You can't save everyone. Emma stood calm beside Gregor, her hand on his face, both frozen in their prophetic battle. Not pleading. Just stating fact the way she'd state the weather. That Belfast practicality even now. Watch me, love. Rose dissolved. Not like before. Just letting go. Became the space between raindrops, the pause between heartbeats. The human blood she'd drunk singing through her dispersed consciousness, keeping her rose-shaped even without form. She flowed to the first 3 victims. Solidified just long enough to grab them, 1 under each arm, 3rd by the collar, and hurled them toward the ceiling breach. Each transformation tore something. Muscles ripping wrong, bones grinding back together. She could heal, but it fucking hurt. Siobhan's voice from above. "We've got ropes. Send them up." Hands caught them. Good. Missed again. 4th victim. 5th. The support beam crashed down where they'd been lying half a second after Rose threw them clear. Her strength wasn't fading, it was growing. Each save making her faster, stronger, more. The blood gift multiplying with purpose. The water. Patrick's shout cut through everything. Black tide rushed through the tunnel entrance. December harbour water, cold enough to kill, carrying the stink of centuries of Belfast industry. Ankle deep already and rising fast. 6th victim airborne. 7th. Rose partially misting between throws now, existing in multiple states simultaneously. Physics could go fuck itself. She had a daughter to save. Patrick fought 3 remaining guards, the real ones, not projections, keeping them off Rose's back while she worked. His movements precise even after decades of dormancy. Muscle memory of centuries. 8th victim up. 9th. The water knee-deep now, equipment floating, electrical cables sparking where they hit the flood. The main support beam groaned, a sound like the world's spine breaking. Can hear Emma's voice in her head, though her daughter's lips don't move. "I knew you wouldn't leave them." Of course she knew. We fucking profit. 10th victim saved. 11th. Rose grabbed the last one just as the support beam shrieked its final surrender. Threw them up toward waiting hands, toward Siobhan's team, toward life. All 11 clear. Now for Emma. The building shuddered. 30 tons of concrete and steel beginning its gravity dance. Emma. The roar that came from Rose's throat shook what structure remained. Not human. Not vampire. Something older, more primal. Mother's rage-given voice. Emma still hadn't moved. Her hand pressed to Gregor's face, both of them statue still. But Rose could see it now. The battle happening in probability space. Her daughter wasn't just showing Gregor his death. She was showing him every death. All timelines, all choices, all paths ending in his destruction. Every path ends with you gone, Emma said, her voice distant. I've seen them all. Gregor's face contorted. Ancient was straining against teenage Seer. You're just a child. I'm Moira Murphy's great-granddaughter. Emma's eyes blazed gold. I'm Rose Gallagher's daughter. And you made a mistake taking me. You thought you caught us? Blood ran from Emma's nose, but she didn't let go. We caught you. I let myself be taken. Mum let herself be turned. All to stop you. Patrick abandoned the guards, went straight for Gregor. Old hatred surfacing like oil on water. 40 years, you bastard. Margaret's death. The families you destroyed. The double assault, prophecy and fist, broke Gregor's concentration. He tore his face away from Emma's hand with a wet sound. Skin stayed behind on her palm. His cheek bleeding, prophecy burned, the flesh refusing to knit. Emma collapsed. Smiled as she fell. Told you, Mum. One path where we all live. The main support beam cracked. Thunder sound. Water at waist height now, black and freezing, debris spinning in its current. Rose moved. 3 guards between her and Emma. Fed vampires, strong, ready. She hit the first one mid-stride. Her fist went through his chest, came out the back. He looked surprised as he fell. Get out of my way. Second guard tried to dodge. Rose caught his head, twisted. His body dropped into the rising water. Third guard backed away, hands raised. You're not just vampire. No? I'm a mother. He dove aside. Smart lad. Rose reached Emma. Her daughter barely conscious, prophecy drunk, grinning like she'd won the lottery. Which maybe she had. They were both still alive. I've got you, love. Always got you. Emma's arms went around Rose's neck. Weak but there. Knew you'd come. Saw it. All versions, you always come. The warehouse made its death rattle. Every beam, every wall, every prayer of engineering failing at once. Patrick and Gregor grappled near the tunnel entrance. The ancient vampire's face a ruin of prophecy burn, flesh hanging in strips, one eye clouded white. He looked at Rose holding Emma, and his remaining eye went mad. This isn't over. The bloodlines, the old ways. You forget who I was, Patrick snarled, something ancient surfacing. The old ways are drowning. Like everything else. Gregor dissolved to mist, fled through the tunnel into the black water. Patrick let him go, hand pressed to his own neck where Gregor had torn it open. Building's done, Patrick said. Move. Now. The tunnel entrance. Water chest high, freezing, full of debris and the reek of harbour rot. The ceiling coming down in chunks behind them. Can you mist with her? Patrick asked. Never tried. Try now. Rose pulled Emma closer, felt her daughter's heartbeat against her chest. Tried to extend whatever she was becoming around them both. To be missed, but keep Emma solid, safe, real. It shouldn't have worked. But Rose Gallagher had stopped giving a fuck about what should work around the time her daughter got kidnapped by ancient vampires. She became fog around flesh, kept Emma's form intact while her own dispersed. Moving through the flooded tunnel faster than water could flow. Debris crashed behind them, the warehouse eating itself, foundation to rooftop. Light ahead. The tunnel exit. Harbour dawn, not sun, but the promise of it. They burst from the tunnel. Rose, Emma, Patrick. Behind them, the warehouse imploded into its own footprint with a sound like the world coughing. Water rushed out carrying timber, concrete, the debris of Gregor's empire. Harbour dock. Emergency vehicles already arriving. Siobhan had called it in. 11 victims on stretchers, all breathing. Miracle survivor story for tomorrow's Belfast Telegraph. Gas leak explosion. Lucky that Detective Sergeant Gallagher happened to be investigating. Emma wrapped in a thermal blanket that said Belfast Harbour Police. Rose holding her, both of them soaked, steaming in the December air. You saved them all. You knew I would. I hoped. Emma's voice small. Probability isn't certainty, Mum. Sometimes hope is all we get. Patrick on his phone, voice low, making arrangements. Vampire damage control. When he hung up. Gregor's wounded but alive. He'll go underground. For how long? Weeks. Months. Prophecy burns don't heal easy. Especially not from a seer of her strength. He looked at Emma with something like respect. She showed him his own end in every timeline. That's not something you recover from quickly. Emma pulled the blanket tighter. I never wanted this for you. It was always in our blood, Mum. The sight. The change. Moira knew. She tried to warn us. Emma's hand found Rose's. At least we're together in it. Siobhan approached, phone in hand. Scene's been calling. What do I tell him? Christ. Sean. Rose had forgot about Sean. About the normal world. Tell him Emma's safe. We'll explain. Something. Right. Siobhan pocketed the phone. Something. I'll put that in the report, will I? Kidnapping resolved via something. The eastern sky starting to lighten. 4:20 a.m. according to someone's watch. Sunrise at 8:47. Rose could feel it like pressure building. The hunger starting to return too. A dry ache in her throat that no amount of water would fix. You'll need shelter soon, Patrick said. The hunger will return. Stronger after what you did tonight. But also felt Emma's hand in hers. Warm. Alive. Safe. Can you teach us? Both of us. What we are now. Patrick looked at them. Mother and daughter, vampire and seer, the impossible made flesh. The old bloodlines are gone. Gregor was the last trying to hold them together. Time for new ones. Your kind of bloodline. They moved towards Siobhan's van. Tinted windows, safe passage. Behind them, the warehouse site still burned despite the flooding. Chemical fire, the fire brigade would say. Nothing supernatural about it. Rose helped Emma into the van. Her daughter moved like an old woman. But she was moving. Breathing. Here. Mum? Yea, love. When I was in his head, in Gregor's memories, I saw things. About the change. About what you're becoming. Emma's eyes, gold-flecked brown, too knowing for 15. You're not like other vampires. The sight changes it. Makes you something new. What kind of new? The kind that can save 11 people when physics says you can't. The kind that can love despite the hunger. Emma closed her eyes. The kind of mother I always knew you were. The van pulled away from the harbour. Belfast waking around them, early workers, delivery trucks. Normal life carrying on, oblivious to the war that had just ended in its foundations. Rose held her daughter and watched the sky lighten through tinted glass. Something forged in love and rage and the absolute refusal to let go. Chapter 18. The morning after. The safe house was a 3-story Victorian on Malone Road, the kind of place old money lived when it wanted to pretend it wasn't old money. Siobhan pulled the van into a narrow alley beside it, checking mirrors twice before cutting the engine. Clear, she said. But move quick. Rose helped Emma from the van. Her daughter weighed nothing. Prophecy had burned through her like fever, left her hollow-boned as a bird. the harbour blanket still wrapped around thin shoulders, barefoot on December frost. "I can walk," Emma said, but her legs said different. "Sure you can." Rose took most of her weight, vampire strength making it effortless. "Just let your old ma help anyway." Patrick moved stiff behind them, hand pressed to his neck. The wound still seeped, Gregor's parting gift. Ancient vampire injuries didn't heal easy, even for their own kind. The house interior screamed vampire paranoia. Heavy blackout curtains on every window. Reinforced doors that could stop a battering rolling airframe missile. Rose's new senses mapped it instantly. 3 heartbeats upstairs, human, probably servants. Kitchen smelled of old coffee and fierce wit. Living room had leather furniture, and that particular stillness of space is rarely used. Emma collapsed onto the sofa, hands trembling. Blood vessels had burst in her eyes from touching probability itself, crimson threads through white. "I remember everything, Mum. Every moment since they took me. Not traumatized. Not broken. Just exhausted in a way Rose had never seen, like someone who'd run a marathon through other people's futures. Rest now. We're safe. For now." Emma's eyes unfocused, seeing threads Rose couldn't. "Uncle Sean's coming. 20 minutes. Maybe less if he runs the lights on Lisbon Road." Rose escaped to the downstairs bathroom, needing a moment. The mirror showed a stranger. Paler, sharper, something predatory in the angles of her face. Blood under her nails. In her hair. Gregor's blood, the frozen girl's, others she couldn't remember. She scrubbed until her hands were raw, but the smell stayed. Part of her now. From the living room, Patrick's voice on the phone. 11 survivors, warehouse destroyed, Gregor wounded but escaped. No, not permanently. Prophecy burned. Months to heal, if he's lucky. Saiban coordinating her own people via encrypted messages. Official stories already spinning. Drug lab explosion. Detective investigating a tip. Rose's phone showed 17 missed calls from Sean. The last text. "Where the fuck are you? Is Emma safe?" The hunger hit as the adrenaline crashed. Dry throat. Itching teeth. The servants upstairs suddenly smelling like Sunday dinner. "Mum," Emma from the sofa. "He's here." The doorbell rang harsh in vampire-sensitive ears, then hammering when no one answered immediately. "Rose, open this fucking door." "I know you're in there." Sibon answered, calm and professional, giving nothing away. Sean pushed past her like she was furniture, searching. Found Emma on the sofa, alive, conscious, managing a weak smile. His legs gave out. Had to sit heavy on the coffee table. "Jesus Christ, Emma. We thought," the news said. He pulled her into a fierce hug, checking for injuries with detective hands. "Are you hurt? Did they?" "I'm okay, Uncle Sean. Mum saved me." He rounded on Rose, anger and relief at war in his face. "What happened?" "News says warehouse explosion, 11 in hospital, 3 dead. They're calling it the worst trafficking case in years." Rose crafted careful truth. Got the tip Emma might be there. Went in with backup. Emma added details Rose hadn't planned, reading Sean's micro-expressions like sheet music. "They kept us in the basement. Gave us water twice a day. There was a man with an accent. Eastern European maybe. Tall. Said things in languages I didn't understand. Too specific. Too real. The kind of details that made lies true." Sean's detective brain engaged despite emotion. "Why didn't you call me? Could have been killed going in alone." "Wasn't alone. And there was no time. Had to move immediately." Patrick stayed in the kitchen, letting Rose handle this. Smart. Sean would have questions about the stranger with the neck wound. Sean finally saw Rose properly, the changes written in her bones. Christ, you look different. Like you've been through hell. Just tired, Sean. Long night. You look ready to tear someone's throat out. Rose's hunger spiked at the image. Had to turn away before he saw her eyes change. Emma smoothly redirected. She needs rest. We both do. You should be in hospital. Both of you. I'm fine. Just want to sleep in my own bed. See James and Jane. Already told them you're safe. Your dad's beside himself. Jane hasn't stopped crying since. I'll call them. Later. When I've slept. Sean didn't want to leave. Rose could see it in every line of him, the suspicion he couldn't articulate, the wrongness he couldn't name. But Emma kept insisting she was safe, she was fine, she just needed rest. Finally, reluctantly, he stood. Hugged Emma again, longer this time. Gave Rose a look that said this conversation wasn't over. The door closed behind him. Immediate tension release, like the house itself, exhaling. Patrick entered from the kitchen, bringing tea for Emma. He suspects something. Let him. Can't prove anything. Emma sipped the tea, colour slowly returning to pale cheeks. I knew you saved them all. Saw it 3 days ago. Rose's anger came sudden and sharp. You knew? You let them take you? Had to. Every other path led to more death. Emma set down the cup, hands steady despite exhaustion. I started hiding it from you, from everyone. Small things. Knowing test answers. Avoiding accidents. The woman who'd drop her shopping on Botanic Avenue, so I'd cross the street. The car that would run the red light, so I'd wait. Emma. 7 years old and I couldn't tell anyone. Emma's hands started shaking. Her daughter's eyes rolled back. No, no, not again. Emma woke screaming. 3rd time since they'd arrived. They're dying. All of them. Every timeline. Emma, love, you're safe. The prophecy won't stop showing me. Emma pressed her palms against her temples, tears mixing with blood from burst vessels. Deaths that haven't happened yet, paths we didn't take, everyone dying different ways. Patrick moved quickly, pressing something cool against Emma's forehead. Breathe, child. The visions will fade. When? Emma's voice was small, broken. I don't know. The prophecy had torn something in Emma's mind, left her seeing too many possibilities at once. Patrick explained what came next. Practical matters delivered in that calm voice of his. Council will want to meet you both. Unprecedented situation. Seer vampire hybrid hasn't existed in 3 centuries. And now a seer who's awakened but not turned, that's new entirely. What council? Vampire governance. Old families mostly. They keep the peace, enforce the rules. Gregor was flouting them, which is why they let me operate here. And they'll want us why? Because you're neither fully human nor fully other. Power like that, it needs understanding. Training. Emma touched Rose's hand. We're in this together now, Mum. The hunger came harder then. Rose's throat felt like sandpaper. Every heartbeat upstairs called to her. You need to feed, Patrick said. Before it gets worse. The basement was medical-grade clean. Refrigeration unit humming. Bags labeled by type like a vampire takeaway menu. Hospital connections, Patrick said. Don't ask details. Emma insisted on watching. Need to understand what you need now. Rose wanted to refuse. Bad enough her daughter had seen her kill. But Emma's eyes held that determination that meant arguing was pointless. The first bag. Rose tried for control, dignity. The hunger laughed at that. She tore into it, desperate as any junkie. Her hands shook, reaching for the third bag. Healing didn't mean not feeling it. Emma didn't flinch, observing with scientific interest. The hunger? Is it always like this? Worse for hybrids, Patrick said. Your body needs more. The sight burns energy, the vampire side demands blood. You're running 2 engines now. Second bag. Third. Finally, the edge coming off, leaving Rose something like herself again. It's just biology, Mum, Emma said. Like diabetes, but different. You don't feel it. The hunger? No. Must not have that part. Got the sight instead. Emma studied her mother with those 2 knowing eyes. You got the thirst. I got the visions. Both gifts, both curses. Rose wiped blood from her mouth, embarrassed at her daughter seeing this need. John hadn't left. Rose found him in the kitchen, staring at security footage on his phone. Warehouse cameras, he said without looking up. Traffic cams. Amazing what you can access with a warrant. The screen showed Rose tearing through guards. Inhuman speed. Impossible strength. Seen. I've known since Tuesday. His voice was steady. Too steady. The blood at the church. The way you moved. The fact you haven't eaten in days but aren't dead. And you said nothing? Was waiting for you to tell me. He finally looked up. Partners don't keep secrets, Rose. I was trying to protect you. From what? The truth? He set down the phone. I've seen worse things than vampires in Belfast. Least vampires are honest about being monsters. You're not afraid. Terrified. He stood. But Emma needs her mum. City needs its detective. And I need my partner. So we adapt. Just like that? Nothing's ever just like that here. He grabbed his coat. But it's Belfast. We're good at pretending normal when everything's fucked. What do we do now? Now you rest, Patrick said. Tonight we plan. Tomorrow you choose. Choose what? Who you'll be in this new world. Gregor was the last trying to hold the old order. Time for new ones. They went back upstairs. Emma curled against Rose on the sofa, both of them wrapped in the harbour blanket now. When I was seeing the futures, Emma said, voice drowsy, I saw one where you didn't save me. Where you chose the badge over the blood. Never. I know. That's how I knew which timeline we were in. The one where Rose Gallagher saves her daughter and 11 strangers because that's who she is. Emma's breathing evening out toward sleep. The kind of mother I always knew you were. Rose held her daughter as Belfast woke outside. Saturday morning traffic. Someone's radio playing Christmas songs too loud. Normal life carrying on oblivious. Neither vampire nor human, neither seer nor standard. But no longer alone in it. The new ones were just beginning. Chapter 19. Hospital Thresholds. The safe house felt wrong in daylight. Even with blackout curtains drawn, Rose could feel the sun pressing against the windows like an accusation. 10:30 Saturday morning, Emma dozing against her shoulder, both of them still wrapped in that harbour blanket that smelled of salt and prophecy and blood. She needs medical attention, Patrick said from his chair. Hadn't moved in 2 hours, watching the street through a crack in the curtains. Official documentation. Questions will be asked. Patrick had made her feed before they came. 3 bags. You go into a hospital hungry, you won't come out alone, he'd said. Rose knew he was right. Emma missing for days. High-profile case. The machinery of bureaucracy would need feeding. Forms, examinations, official statements. All the shite that made a disappearance real in the eyes of the state. Royal Vic. Where else? A&E will be chaos on a Saturday. Easier to blend. Emma stirred, those strange eyes opening with unnatural alertness. 0 to fully awake, no transition. Her hands still trembling, aftershocks from touching the threads. Something else, the prophecy had changed. I know what to tell them, she said. Saw it last night. The story that works. Cult kidnapping. Warehouse on the docks. You found me during a raid. 11 other girls rescued. She sat up, blanket falling away. Still wearing Rose's jacket over her torn school uniform. Simple enough to remember, vague enough they can't verify details. Patrick's phone buzzed. Subon's people are already spreading that version. 3 news outlets have the story. Exclusive tips from sources close to the investigation. Rose's throat burned despite the 3 bags. Every heartbeat in the house called to her. Patrick's slow immortal rhythm, Emma's strange hybrid pulse, even the pigeons nesting in the eaves. The hunger didn't care about species anymore, just blood, just life, just feed. Right then. She stood, pulling Emma up with her. Let's get this done. The drive to Royal Vic took 20 minutes through Saturday traffic. Patrick drove while Rose sat in the back with Emma, both of them hidden behind tinted windows. Christmas decorations everywhere. Lights strung between lampposts, shop windows full of tinsel shite. 9 days until Christmas. She'd missed most of December in that fever dream of transformation. They'll call Da, Emma said. Soon as they process me. I know. And Jane. Rose's hands tightened on the blanket. I know. She'll try to take over. It's what she does. Let her. The words came out bitter. Probably safer with them anyway. Emma turned those impossible eyes on her mother. You don't believe that? No. But believing and knowing were different beasts. Royal Victoria Hospital's A and E entrance was exactly the chaos Patrick predicted. Saturday morning's harvest of Friday night's mistakes. Split heads from pub fights, broken bones from drunken falls, domestic violence victims holding ice to swollen faces. The automatic doors opened on a wave of sensation that nearly dropped Rose to her knees. Blood. Everywhere. In bags, in bodies, leaking from wounds, pooling under bandages. The antiseptic couldn't hide it, just added another layer to the assault. Rose gripped the door frame hard enough to leave cracks. Breathe through your mouth, Patrick murmured. Focus on Emma's heartbeat. Just hers. Right. Emma's strange hybrid pulse, not quite human but familiar as her own. Rose locked onto it like a lighthouse in fog. The triage nurse recognized Emma immediately. The whole city had seen her face on every news program for days. Oh my God. Someone call security, call the police. I am the police. Rose's warrant card cut through the panic. Detective Sergeant Gallagher. This is my daughter. She needs medical attention. Emma's hands shook trying to hold the admittance forms. Simple things, reading, walking, focusing, all corrupted by probability streams she couldn't stop seeing. Rose had to guide the pen, help her sign her name. Fast-tracked through the system then. High-profile case, detective's daughter, Christmas miracle found alive. They had a cubicle in minutes, doctor arriving before the nurse finished basic vitals. Dr. Sharma, according to his badge. Young, earnest, trying not to stare at the famous missing girl. Emma, I need to examine you. Check for injuries. Is that okay? Emma nodded, playing traumatized perfectly. Knew exactly what they expected. Brave but fragile, cooperative but wounded. Let a single tear fall at precisely the right moment when he asked about the bruises on her wrists. They tied us up, she whispered. In the warehouse. But Mum found us. She saved everyone. Sharma gentle but thorough. Dehydration, minor abrasions, exhaustion. Nothing that wouldn't heal in a few days. He ordered blood tests, Standard procedure for kidnapping victims, checking for drugs, diseases, evidence. Patrick's phone buzzed. His text to Rose. Blood work will be handled. Whatever that meant. Probably better not knowing. We'll admit her for observation, Sharma said. Just overnight. She's been through trauma, needs monitoring. I want my da, Emma said. Voice small. And Jane. Can someone call them? Sharma nodded to the nurse, who disappeared to make the calls. Rose felt the trap closing but couldn't see how to stop it. Course Jane would come. Course she'd take over. That's what Jane did. Controlled, managed, organized everything into neat little boxes. They moved Emma to the pediatric ward. Private room, Jane's doing probably soon as she got the call. Her name already on the admission papers somehow, listed as emergency contact, as mother, as the one with rights. Room 314. Private. Window overlooking the car park. Jane already there because of course she fucking was, probably broke speed limits getting here. James too, hovering uncertain in her shadow. Emma. Jane rushed forward, all maternal concern and professional competence. Oh, sweetheart, we were so worried. Rose tried to follow them into the room. Hit the threshold like walking into a glass wall. Physical impossibility. Her body simply would not cross that invisible line. Like trying to push matching magnets together, the closer she got, the harder the resistance. Rose? James noticed her frozen in the doorway. Come in, she needs you. But he wasn't the one whose name was on the room. Jane had claimed the space, marked it as hers with paperwork and authority. Without her invitation, Rose might as well try walking through solid brick. Emma watched from the bed, understanding immediately. The slightest shake of her head. Not yet, not the right time. Let Jane have this moment. Actually, Emma said. Voice carefully weak. Could Jane stay? I need something normal right now. Jane's triumph barely hidden behind maternal concern. Of course, sweetheart. I'm not going anywhere. I should handle the police side, Rose said. Voice steady as she could make it. Reports to file. The other girls' families need contacting. Emma caught her eye. Silent promise. This is temporary. Playing a longer game. Rose retreated to the corridor. Patrick materialized beside her like smoke. From inside the room, Rose heard Emma whimpering. Found her daughter curled in the hospital bed through the doorway, eyes open but seeing elsewhere. They're all dying, Mum. Emma's voice was small, broken. Every timeline. Everyone dies. Jane tried to comfort her, but Emma pulled away. You don't understand. I can see it all happening. Different ways, different times, but always death. Shit, it's just nightmares from the trauma. It's not nightmares. Emma's voice cracked. It's real. It's all real and I can't make it stop. The threshold law, Patrick said quietly. Should have warned you. Can't enter private spaces without permission from the owner. Jane's not the fucking owner. Her name's on the admission. In the eyes of the law, human and otherwise, it's her space now. Rose's hands were leaving new cracks in the corridor wall. So I just what? Stand out here while she plays mother? You adapt. Guard from shadows. Love from distance. His voice held centuries of loss. It's what we do. Through the doorway, Rose could see Jane holding Emma, stroking her hair, murmuring comfort. James sat on the bed's other side, one hand on Emma's shoulder. The perfect fucking family portrait. Except for the vampire in the corridor, locked out by laws older than civilization. The council wants to meet you, Patrick said. Tomorrow night. Discuss what happened with Gregor. Fuck the council. They're interested in Emma. A hybrid with sight. That's never happened before. I said fuck the council. But even as she said it, Rose knew she'd go. play their politics, learn their rules, become whatever she needed to become to protect Emma from distance, if not from close. Jane appeared in the doorway. She's asking for some of her things from home. Books, clothes. James, could you? James nodded, eager for an excuse to escape the tension. He squeezed past Rose in the doorway, careful not to meet her eyes. I'll grab her overnight bag. Be back in an hour. Which left Rose and Jane staring at each other across the threshold. The woman who'd carried Emma for 9 months versus the one who'd carried her through 9 days of hell. She seems. Jane struggled for words. Different. Trauma does that. No, it's more than. Jane shook her head. Never mind. She's safe. That's what matters. But she just nodded. Take care of her. I always have. Emma's voice drifted from the room. Could you close the door? The light hurts my eyes. Jane obeyed, probably thinking it was trauma response. But Emma caught Rose's eye just before the door closed. A promise. A plan. Something brewing behind those gold-flecked eyes that had seen too many futures to be surprised by this one. Rose walked the hospital corridors, guarding from outside. Near the pediatric ward, she smelled them. 2 young vampires, hunger-sharp as broken glass. They lurked by the blood bank delivery entrance, watching nurses come and go. Move along, Rose said. They turned, saw Patrick, started to obey. Then saw her. Hybrid. Abomination. You don't give us orders, the taller one said. Rose moved faster than thought. Hand around his throat, lifting him off the ground. There are children here. You hunt here, I end you. Clear? The vampire nodded, terror replacing arrogance. Good. She dropped him. Spread the word. Hospitals off limits. They fled. Patrick watched her with something like pride. Natural authority. Just tired of bullshit. 2 more vampires appeared from the stairwell, older, more cautious. They'd heard the confrontation. The hospital is neutral ground now, Rose announced, loud enough for any dead thing listening. Touch anyone here, answer to me. By what authority? One asked. By the authority of someone who killed 6 vampires tonight and isn't in the mood for more. The sheriff mark on her wrist pulsed, though she didn't know it yet. Test me. See what happens. They backed away, recognizing something primal in her, something that upset the old order. Through the door's small window, she watched Jane pour Emma tea. Such a simple thing. Mother making daughter tea. But Rose couldn't touch iron or salt anymore. Couldn't make Emma breakfast. Couldn't do any of the small, normal things that made up being a mother. Emma caught her watching, mouthed silently. I need time to think. Rose nodded. Her brilliant daughter, always planning 3 moves ahead. But the distance between them wasn't just the threshold now. It was everything Rose had become to save her. I love you, Emma mouthed. But I don't know how to be your daughter anymore. The words hit harder than Gregor's fists ever had. We learn, Rose mouthed back. That's what we do. We learn. Emma's tears were pink-tinged. The prophecy had changed her too, in ways they were only beginning to understand. Come on, Patrick said. Nothing more you can do here. He was wrong. There was one thing. Rose could stand guard. Could love her daughter from distance, if not from close. She ignored every heartbeat in the hospital except one. Emma's strange hybrid pulse, strong and steady behind the door Rose couldn't cross. It had to be enough. Chapter 20. The Ardree. Patrick's Mercedes smelled of leather and old blood. Rose slumped in the passenger seat, watching Belfast blur past through December rain. 4 o'clock and already dark. Christmas lights strung between lampposts, shop windows glowing with fake snow and tinsel. Normal people doing normal Saturday things. Shopping for presents. Meeting for drinks. Living their small, precious lives without knowing what moved through the shadows beside them. Her phone buzzed. Sean again. 17 texts now about paperwork, media coverage, the assistant chief wanting a debrief. She turned it face down. You'll have to deal with that eventually, Patrick said, navigating the Westlink traffic with unnatural precision. Deal with what? Sorry, assistant chief, can't come to the office. I'm dead. Also, I killed half a dozen vampires in a warehouse, Gregor's guards, young ones mostly, but still, don't worry, I filed it under self-defense. You'd be surprised how many forms the PSNI has for supernatural incidents. Before Rose could ask if he was joking, Patrick's phone chimed. Not a text tone, something older. Church bells, maybe, or wind through standing stones. He pulled over immediately, checking the screen with an expression Rose had never seen on his face. Fear. What is it? He showed her the message. All in Irish, but one phrase stood out. Antardri. Hi King, Patrick translated, though his voice had gone formal. We've been summoned. High King of what? Of us. Of Ireland's vampires. He pulled back into traffic, heading south toward Malone. The Ardri sits above the provincial kings. Has done since before Christ walked the earth. The Council of 12 serves as parliament, representing the old bloodlines. And we can't just not go. Patrick actually laughed. You can't refuse a summons from the Ardri any more than you can refuse to fall when you jump off a building. It's not a request, Rose. It's gravity. They drove through Stranmillis, past Queen's University where students stumbled between pubs, young and drunk and alive. Rose watched them with something between hunger and grief. I haven't seen the current Ardri in 40 years, Patrick said. Not since I stepped down myself. You were. 1947 to 1923. Different times. Different rules. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel. She'd known since Cave Hill, he'd told her himself. But knowing and understanding were different beasts. Your situation is unprecedented. A hybrid who kept her humanity. A detective who faced down an 800-year-old vampire and survived. Gregor nearly destroyed himself when he touched Emma. The prophecy burned him, but old things are hard to kill. The Ardri won't see it that way. Neither will the council. Patrick turned onto a side street Rose didn't recognize. They'll see a month-old fledgling who destroyed an ancient bloodline. They'll want to know how. Why? What you are. And if I don't have answers, then you'd better be very good at learning the old ways very quickly. The estate gates looked rusted shut, wrapped in chains and warning signs about trespass. Weeds choked the driveway beyond. To human eyes, anyway. Rose blinked and saw through the glamour, wrought iron gleaming black, security cameras tracking their approach, gardens maintained with geometric precision. Malone Park, Patrick said. Neutral ground since the Treaty of 1690. Neither Catholic nor Protestant, neither Irish nor British. Just old. Guards materialized from shadows as they parked. Rose counted 6, all vampires, all older than Gregor had been. They looked at Patrick with recognition and respect. At Rose, they stared like she was some exotic animal escaped from the zoo. Councillor O'Brien, one said in Irish. Patrick responded in the same language, something formal and probably ancient. The guard's eyes never left Rose. And this is the hybrid. This is Detective Sergeant Rose Gallagher, Patrick corrected. Sheriff candidate for Belfast. Sheriff? Rose shot him a look, but he was already walking toward the house. The entrance hall could have been lifted from a museum. Portraits lined the walls. Men and women in everything from medieval armor to Victorian evening wear. Patrick pointed to one from the late 1800s, a younger version of himself in formal dress. Every Audrey since the 5th century, he said. Those who guide our people through history's changes. Other vampires were arriving. Rose recognized Siobhan O'Malley, the information broker from Temple Court. She nodded at Rose, a gesture that might have been respect or assessment. The Council of 12, Patrick explained quietly. The old bloodlines. They'll all want to see what you are. What I am is tired and worried about my daughter. Then play that card. The Ardrai values truth over politics. Usually. A door opened at the hall's far end. Not opened, simply was open, though Rose hadn't seen it move. Beyond lay darkness that had weight, presence, age. Remember, Patrick whispered. Address him as your Majesty. Don't turn your back. Wait to be dismissed. Christ, it's like meeting the Queen. Older, more dangerous, and significantly less forgiving of protocol breaches. The throne room mixed centuries without apology. A stone throne that might have been carved when the Romans still thought Ireland was the edge of the world. LED strips providing dramatic uplighting. Medieval tapestries beside flat-screen monitors showing security feeds. The vampire on the throne looked 25. Might have been a Trinity student or a tech startup founder. Centuries old. Maybe millennia. Rose Gallagher. His voice carried despite barely being raised. The impossible hybrid. The detective who killed Gregor Ivanovich. Rose started to deflect, to say it was Emma who'd done it, but Patrick's hand on her arm stopped her. Truth, then. He threatened my daughter. He died for it. Ardrai smiled. Actually smiled. Gregor was 800 years old. A veteran of the Crusades. He survived the Black Death, the Tudor conquest, the Troubles. And you destroyed him in your first month of existence. Lucky shot. No such thing. He rose from the throne, and every vampire in the room shifted, subtle realignment of power and position. Gregor's death was inevitable from the moment he broke our laws. Unauthorized turning. Virgin sacrifice. Challenging the order we've maintained for 15 centuries. He moved closer, and Rose felt the weight of his age like water pressure at depth. The tribunal watches, he continued. The European courts question whether Ireland can govern its own, whether Belfast's neutrality, guaranteed since William of Orange crossed the Boyne, still holds. With respect, Your Majesty, Rose said, the title feeling strange in her mouth. I don't give a shit about vampire politics. I just want Emma safe. Silence. Several council members actually gasped. But the Ardri laughed, genuine, surprised delight. Then let me make you an offer, Detective Sergeant Gallagher. He returned to his throne. Become Sheriff of Belfast. Enforce our law alongside your human one. Judge and execute vampires who threaten the peace. In exchange, you and Emma receive full protection under the Covenant of Tara. No vampire may touch you without facing immediate tribunal. No European court may claim jurisdiction over a hybrid seer who has never existed before. And if I refuse, then you're simply a rogue vampire who killed an elder. The tribunal will demand justice. Emma becomes a curiosity to be studied, controlled, perhaps eliminated as a threat to the natural order. Rose looked at Patrick, who nodded almost imperceptibly. No choice, really. Never had been, not since Gregor's teeth found her throat. What does being sheriff mean exactly? You enforce vampire law within Belfast city limits. You balance our world with the human one you still serve. You prevent incidents that might draw unwanted attention. You judge disputes between our kind. The Ardri leaned forward. You become what you already are, a bridge between worlds. And Emma? Becomes untouchable. A sheriff's family is sacrosanct under laws older than Christianity. Anyone who harms her faces not just you, not just me, but the combined weight of 15 centuries of precedent. Rose thought about Emma behind hospital glass, golden eyes seeing futures Rose couldn't imagine. About Jane and James trying to raise a child who never aged normally. About the European courts wanting to study her daughter like a laboratory specimen. Fine. I accept. The ceremony was brief. Ancient words in Irish that Patrick translated in whispers. A stone produced from somewhere, older than the throne, older than memory. Rose's blood dropped onto its surface and vanished like it had never been. Heat seared her left wrist. When she looked, a mark had appeared, invisible to human eyes, but clear to her new sight. A twisted knot of lines that hurt to follow, some combination of Celtic design and something far older. The sheriff's mark, the Ardry said. You are now judge and executioner for Belfast. Use the authority wisely. The council dispersed with formal farewells and suspicious glances. Only Patrick remained as Rose examined her new brand. And Gregor? Rose asked. Wounded. Hiding. But alive. Patrick's jaw tightened. He'll come for you. For Emma. Not today, not tomorrow, but he'll come. Let him. The sheriff mark pulsed on her wrist. I'll be ready. Patrick's phone buzzed. Text from unknown number. She killed my children, he read. I'll kill hers. Slowly. She. Rose felt nothing. No fear. No anger. Just tired certainty. He'll try. You've made yourself a target, Patrick said as they walked back to the car. Every ambitious vampire in Europe will want to test Belfast's new sheriff. Let them come. Rose touched the mark. It pulsed with cold fire. They threaten Emma, they die. Simple equation. Nothing simple now. You're not just a detective who happens to be a vampire. You're not just a vampire who happens to be a detective. You're something new. Something that makes the old ones nervous. I need to learn, Rose said. The laws. The politics. All of it. You will. But first, you need to feed properly. You're burning through your reserves. After I check on Emma. You can't get close to the hospital. You know that. Rose stared out at her city, her jurisdiction, her responsibility now in ways the PSNI would never understand. Sheriff of Belfast. Judge, jury, and executioner for creatures most people didn't believe existed. I can watch from outside. Make sure nothing dead comes near. Patrick sighed but turned toward the royal. Rose would stand guard in shadows. She'd become whatever she needed to become to keep Emma safe. Even if it meant never holding her daughter again. The sheriff's mark burned cold on her wrist, a promise and a prison combined. Her city. Her responsibility. Her home. Chapter 21. New normal. 2 months since the warehouse. 2 months since dying and coming back wrong. Rose stood outside Musgrave Street Station, watching morning shift filter in. Familiar faces she'd worked beside for years. None of them knowing what walked among them now. Murphy. Sean O'Brien jogged across the car park, relief flooding his face. Christ, you actually came back. Said I would. Aye, but after what happened. He studied her carefully. You look good. Better than good, actually. Rose forced herself to meet his eyes. Human eyes that couldn't see what she'd become. Clean living. Since when do you? We going in or standing out here all morning? The bullpen hadn't changed. Same stained carpet, same flickering fluorescent, same smell of instant coffee and desperation. But everything hit different now. She could hear 17 separate conversations, smell last night's takeaway bins 3 floors down, feel the heat radiating off every living body. Detective Chief Inspector Harrison emerged from his office. Detective Sergeant Gallagher. Welcome back. Sir. I cleared the warehouse incident last week. 30 people saved from trafficking bought a lot of leeway. We've got a burglary that needs attention. Argento Jewelers, Great Victoria Street. Professional job. I'll take it, Rose said. Son immediately stood. We'll take it. At the jeweler's, Rose let her enhanced senses map the space. Expensive cologne lingered. Tom Ford, 300 a bottle. A single cashmere fibre caught on the back door frame. High-end hotel, she told Sean. Someone who needs to blend with wealthy guests. Check the merchant. Sean stared at her. That's brilliant. But how did you? Just looking at things differently now. Jane's call came that afternoon. We need to talk about Emma, her ex-wife said. Exhaustion replacing the usual accusation. She saved her, Rose. Whatever you did in that warehouse. But the dreams are bad. She wakes up calling your name. They met at a cafe near Queens. Neutral ground. Jane arrived with James, both looking like they'd aged 5 years in 2 months. She keeps drawing, Jane said. Pictures of you surrounded by shadows. Fighting monsters. And Rose. Her voice dropped. She says things. About seeing what happens next. Yesterday she told me not to take the Ormo Road. I went anyway. 3-car pileup at the bridge. Kids process trauma in odd ways. This isn't processing. Jane leaned forward. You've changed. You're colder. Like you've accepted something terrible. I've accepted what I need to be to keep Emma safe. Weekends with you, Jane offered. School week with me. But those men who took her, are they really gone? The threat has been eliminated. As they stood to leave, Jane touched Rose's arm. Pulled back quickly, frowning. Christ, you're freezing. Poor circulation, Rose lied. Thursday evening at Jane's house. Emma ran full speed into Rose's arms. Rose caught her carefully, controlling strength that could shatter bone. When they were alone, Emma whispered, I know what happened to you. The dreams showed me. You moved like smoke. You're still my mummy. Are you afraid? Emma considered this. No. You're different, but still you. Like when you stopped drinking, but were still my mummy. At bedtime, Emma whispered. Patrick's been teaching me special breathing for when the visions come. He says seers run in families. Love you, sweetheart. Love you too, mummy. Even different. The text from Patrick came at 10 that night. Botanic Gardens. Sheriff business. 2 young vampires knelt in the grass, held by invisible force. Territorial dispute, both claiming the same hunting grounds near the university. Who turned you? Rose demanded, the sheriff's mark pulsing cold authority. Don't know his name, the male Brendan admitted. Woke up 3 nights later in a flat off the Lisbon road. Spanish woman, the female, Sophia, said. She left after teaching me to feed. Abandoned fledglings. No wonder they didn't know proper law. The territory is shared, Rose declared. You hunt alternate weeks. No killing, not even accidents. 1 violation, just 1, and I execute you both. A voice from the shadows. Gregor would have killed them both. Gregor's dead. New management. Newborn playing at sheriff, the voice muttered. Rose let the mark pulse brighter. Anyone wanting to challenge that assessment, step forward now. Silence. The watching vampires dispersed, murmurs rippling through the night. Some approving, firm but fair. Others less convinced. Well done, Patrick said. You're learning to balance authority with pragmatism. They walked to Cave Hill, Belfast spread below like scattered diamonds. "You're leaving," Rose said. "Not a question." "Tomorrow." The council's summons arrived this morning. Prague tribunals are reviewing all irregular turnings. If I don't appear, they send enforcers here. He handed her a leather journal. "Vampire law, emergency contacts, blood suppliers. You'll need to train wardens, deputies from each clan." "What about Emma?" "She'll be protected. Though she's stronger than either of us realize." Patrick turned to leave, then paused. "There are rumors. Old vampires stirring. Powers that have slept for centuries beginning to wake. Change is coming." "And you're leaving me to face it alone?" "Not alone. You have allies you haven't met yet. Your daughter sees truth and doesn't run." He vanished into shadow. The next night, Rose summoned the clan wardens to a church basement in the markets. Only 3 of the 6 showed up. "Where are the others?" Rose asked. "With the old guard," the Falls Road vampire said. "Half of us think Gregor had the right idea, no more hiding." "Gregor promised you extinction," Rose countered. "Humans have guns now. Satellites. Facial recognition. You want to survive? Learn to work within their world, not against it." She taught them what Patrick had taught her, plus what 15 years of police work had shown her. Follow the money. Track the blood supply chains. Document patterns. Not all of them looked convinced, but they took notes. A start. Rose stood alone on Cave Hill, the leather journal heavy in her hands. 3 wardens out of 6. A fractured community, young ones who obeyed, old guard who resented, and Gregor's sympathizers still whispering about revelation and dominance. The sheriff's mark pulsed against her chest. Not warning, exactly. More like promise. Change was coming. Patrick had fled to Prague, leaving her to hold Belfast's balance alone. But she'd held worse things. Survived worse odds. Below her, Belfast slept, unaware of the fractures spreading through its shadows. 6 months to learn control. 6 months to earn respect. 6 months to prepare for whatever came next. She thought of Emma's drawings. Rose surrounded by shadows, protecting everyone but carrying the weight of 3 worlds that would never properly align. But hers to carry nonetheless. Chapter 22. Turning Dawn. 5:30 in the morning, July heat already building. Rose stood at her kitchen window, medical blood warming between her palms, watching Belfast wake up. 6 months. That's how long Patrick had been gone. Winter bled to summer, February cold to July sweat, and here she was, still fumbling with mist form after all this time. Yesterday she'd tried to reform in the station bathroom and materialized with her kidneys on the outside. Only for a second, but Christ it hurt. 6 months of practice and she still couldn't manage what Patrick called basic control. 6 months of figuring out how to be 3 impossible things at once. The flat near Botanic had been practical choice, close to Queen's, walking distance from the station, enough student chaos to explain odd hours. The walls told her story now. Personae commendations next to Emma's drawings, vampire law books shelved beside procedure manuals. Her phone showed 17 unread vampire community messages, all variations of yes, sheriff, and understood, sheriff. Most of them, anyway. The young ones had learned 2 warnings, then consequences. But the old guard still pushed. Yesterday, a Shankill Coven leader had questioned her judgment publicly. Last week, 3 vampires from Ardoyne had been caught spreading rumors about the weak newborn sheriff. And underneath it all, whispers of Gregor's vision. Vampires revealed, dominant, done with hiding. She'd had to execute 1 last month. Not for feeding violations, but for attempting to organize what he'd called a return to proper order. The community was fracturing, those who accepted her authority, those who tolerated it, and those waiting for her to fail. Belfast undead were behaving themselves, but grudgingly. The blood went down easier now. Still tasted like copper pennies and regret, but her body had stopped fighting it. Medical supplier, clean and ethical, no questions asked. Part of the network Patrick's book had opened up, legitimate vampires trying to coexist, not just survive. Text from Emma. Bad dream. Water and shadows, and something burning. Rose typed back. Just a dream, love. See you Sunday. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Not just a dream. Be careful today. Before she could respond, her work phone rang. Sean's name on the screen. We've got a weird one, he said without preamble. Body at the docks. Ritualistic looking. Harrison wants you here now. How ritualistic? Think Donovan but worse. Symbols carved into the skin. Body drained of blood. The medical blood turned to ice in her stomach. On my way, she said. Rose? Sean's voice carried 6 months of careful not asking. Is this going to be one of those cases that solves itself mysteriously? Might be. Right. See you in 20. She grabbed her badge, her gun, the silver knife she now carried everywhere. 3 tools for 3 roles. The sheriff's mark pulsed against her chest, not warning exactly. More like recognition. Someone had come to challenge her authority. The docks at dawn. Mist rolling off Belfast Lough, turning everything dreamlike and damp. The body lay in shipping container 47, displayed like a gallery piece nobody wanted to see. Male mid-20s, Sokotek explained. No ID, but his clothes suggest Eastern European. Croatian, maybe Albanian. Rose crouched beside the corpse, breathing through her mouth from habit, not need. The markings were deliberate, old vampire script she'd learned from Patrick's book. This territory is taken. Your sheriff is weak. Reclaim right of challenge. Time of death? She asked. Between midnight and 3 a.m., based on liver temp. Which meant they'd killed him specifically for her to find. Wasteful. Arrogant. Old vampire thinking. Humans as messages, not people. Sean appeared at her shoulder. Seen anything like this before? Every night for 6 months, but she couldn't tell him that. Maybe. Give me some time with it. Harrison pushed through the tape, suit immaculate despite the early hour. Detective Inspector Murphy. Always my problem cases, aren't you? Sir. What's your read? She stood, knees creaking. Vampire strength, human joints. Some things didn't change. It's a message. Gang-related, but not local. Someone new trying to establish territory. Evidence? She pointed to fabric caught on the container's edge. That several-row wall. None of our local thugs dress that well. And here. She indicated scuff marks. Victim was carried, not dragged. One person, moving fast. That's unusual. Harrison studied her. 6 months of being studied, being watched for cracks. Work it. But carefully. If someone's moving into Belfast, I want to know before bodies start piling up. Sir. He left, and Sean moved closer. You're doing that thing again. What thing? The thing where you know more than you're saying but can't explain how. Check missing persons, she told Sean. Focus on recent arrivals, especially Eastern European. And pull CCTV for the docks last week. You think there are more? Her phone buzzed. Brendan, one of her informal lieutenants. 5 strangers at Harp Bar last night. Old ones. Dublin accent. Looking for sheriff. Yay, she told Sean. I think there are more. Jane's house, 2 in the afternoon. Emma home from school, claiming headache. Jane hovering with thermometer and maternal concern. She doesn't have a fever, Jane said, pulling Rose aside. But she was properly shaken when the school called. Teacher said she went white as a sheet during maths, started drawing instead of doing equations. Can I talk to her? She's in her room. Rose. Jane hesitated. Is everything all right? With you both. You look different lately. Stronger, but also. I don't know. Older? It's been a long 6 months. That's not what I mean. Jane studied her. You don't eat anymore. You're never available during the day. And Emma, she knows things. Says things that don't make sense. Jane deserved truth, but couldn't handle it. We're managing, she said. Emma's room hadn't changed much. Still pink walls and unicorn posters, but now with additions, sketches covering every surface, protection symbols drawn in crayon above the windows. Patrick's influence, probably. Or instinct. Emma sat cross-legged on her bed, surrounded by drawings. Not her usual rainbow brightness. These were dark water, shadows with teeth, fire that looked hungry. Show me, Rose said. Emma handed her the newest drawing. 5 figures in Warehouse 17, one with burn scars across his face. Bodies stacked like cordwood behind them. And Rose standing alone. They're old, Emma whispered. Older than Patrick. They think Belfast should belong to them because you're too new. How do you know this? I just do. Emma touched one of the figures. This one's the leader. Burned in a church fire, 1847. Famine times. He fed on the dying until hunters found him. Emma. You can't go alone. Her daughter's eyes were ancient in her child's face. They expect vampire honor rules. Single combat. But you're not just vampire. I'm sheriff. I have to. You're also police. Emma pulled out another drawing, Rose backed by shadows that might be PSNI tactical unit, might be Belfast vampires. Use both sides. That's why you're special. That's why you can win. Rose stared at her daughter. 9 years old and carrying impossible knowledge. When did you get so smart? Patrick left me books. And sometimes. Emma hesitated. Sometimes I dream others see as dreams. They're teaching me even though they're far away. That's dangerous. So's having a vampire for a mum. I don't, Rose started. You are, though. Emma's hand found hers. And it's okay. You're still you. Just. More you. Rose pulled her close, smelled strawberry shampoo, and felt her daughter's hummingbird heartbeat. Still human. Still fragile. Still the only thing that truly mattered. They'll move tonight, Emma said into her shoulder. Warehouse 17. They have people there. For feeding. How many people? Dozens. Trafficked. They think Belfast's no one's territory, so they can do what they want. Rose's phone buzzed. Sophia this time. Dublin plates spotted at docks. 5 vampires, all old. They're asking about you. Ben Sean found something. Possible trafficking operation, Warehouse 17. Want to check it out? The universe converging on a single point. I have to go, Rose told Emma. I know. Emma pulled back, handed her one more drawing. Rose at dawn, standing on Cave Hill, watching the sun rise. Not burning. Not hiding. Just watching the world change color. For after. So you remember. 10:30 p.m. Warehouse 17 squatted against the harbour like a cancer. Rose sat in her car, reviewing tactics with 2 different teams. Trafficking victims are priority, she told the PSNI tactical unit through her radio. Multiple civilians in danger. Go on my signal. Through her vampire phone, different orders. 5 Dublin vampires violating territory. I'm invoking sheriff's authority. Anyone who wants to earn favor, now's the time. Brendan responded first. 4 of us coming. Young but eager. Sophia, make that 7. Word spread what these bastards are doing. Rose checked her weapons. Gun loaded with standard rounds, for show mostly. Silver knife that could actually hurt vampires. Sean's voice crackled through the police radio. In position. Jesus, Rose, thermal shows at least 30 people in there. Hold position. Wait for my signal. She stepped out of the car, let her senses expand. 5 vampires inside, old and arrogant. 32 humans, terrified and weak. And something else. Cargo containers being loaded. They weren't just feeding. They were shopping. Taking humans south to Dublin, maybe further. The warehouse door stood open. Invitation or arrogance? Rose walked in alone, as vampire honor demanded. They'd arranged themselves like a tribunal. 5 ancient vampires, the leader scarred by old burns, tissue that even vampire healing couldn't fully repair. Bodies of humans who'd died in transport stacked against the walls. The living ones caged like battery hens. Sheriff Murphy. The burned one's voice sounded like gravel in a blender. Though sheriff seems generous for a newborn playing dress-up. You killed on my territory without permission. Territory? He laughed. Belfast hasn't had true leadership in decades. We're simply filling the vacuum. I'm the sheriff. Recognized by the council. The council. He spat. Political body with no teeth. We follow all the laws. Trial by combat. Winner takes territory. Rose felt her backup gathering outside. PSNI on one side, local vampires on the other. 2 worlds about to collide. Single combat then, she said. The burned vampire smiled. Finally, some sense. But here's the thing. Rose pulled out her PSNI badge. I'm also Detective Inspector Murphy. And you're under arrest for human trafficking and murder. You can't. I'm not just vampire. I'm not just police. I'm both. She raised her radio. All units, go. The warehouse exploded into chaos. Flashbangs through windows, tactical unit through doors. Local vampires dropping from rafters. The burned vampire lunged for Rose, moving with centuries of experience. She met him halfway. He was stronger, older, trained in centuries of combat. But Rose had been fighting since she was 15. She fought dirty, human and vampire techniques, blending into something new. When he got his hands around her throat, she let him think he was winning. Let him lean in close. Then put the silver knife through his heart. Vampire law says I can kill challengers, she whispered as he crumbled to ash. Human law says I can use lethal force to save lives. Either way, you lose. The other Dublin vampires tried to run. Didn't get far. Between PSNI tactics and Belfast vampires defending their sheriff, it was over in minutes. Sean found her standing among the ashes. Rose. What the fuck? I saw you move faster then. Gas leak, she said. Hallucinogens in the air from their drug operation. Unless you want to explain the report differently? He stared at her. 6 months of not asking, and now not needing to ask. Gas leak, he agreed. Definitely affected my perception. The trafficking victims were processed, statements taken, medical care provided. The Dublin vampires who survived were given a choice: submit to Belfast Sheriff or leave Ireland entirely. They all chose to leave. Cave Hill, 5:30 a.m. The sun painting Belfast in shades of gold and grey. Rose stood at the overlook, feeling the light she could no longer fully see. Everything washed in blue now, twilight vision even at noon. Her phone showed texts from the night's aftermath. Harrison pleased with the trafficking bust. The council acknowledging her handling of the Dublin threat. Emma's drawing of victory, sent with hearts and sunrise emojis. The sheriff's mark had settled into her chest like it belonged there. No longer foreign, just another part of her skin. Her phone rang. London number, formal prefix. Sheriff Murphy? The voice was cultured, ancient, amused. The council is interested in your methods. Quite unprecedented, this mixing of human and vampire law. It works. For now. But precedents have a way of spreading. Other cities are watching Belfast. Some with concern, others with appetite. The threat was subtle, but clear. Her success made her a target. Let them watch, Rose said. Bold words for someone so young. We'll be monitoring your progress with great interest. And Gregor? Rose asked before they could hang up. Last seen swept into the harbour tunnels when they flooded. The tide took whatever was left. Good enough for Rose. One less threat to Emma. The call ended. Rose stayed at the overlook, watching dawn break over Belfast Lough. Not sunrise anymore, turning dawn, that moment when everything changes colour but hasn't quite become day. Emma would be waking soon. Sean had cases to review. The young vampires needed guidance. 3 lives that shouldn't exist in one person, somehow maintaining impossible balance. Rose pulled out her phone, texted Emma. Heading home. Want breakfast? You don't eat breakfast anymore. I'll watch you eat. Same thing. Love you, Mum. Even if you're weird now. Love you too, kiddo. Because you're weird too. The sun climbed higher, turning the lough to hammered gold. Somewhere below, her city was waking up, human and other, living and undead, all needing protection they didn't know they had. Detective by day. Sheriff by night. Mother always. The sheriff's mark pulsed once. Content. Belfast Guardian, watching the turning dawn. Ready for whatever came next.